What's up, guys? Here we are again. 5 hours we will be together, covering everything you need to know for the AP European History exam hitting you guys tomorrow. I'm so excited to be here. I am really just looking forward to getting to hang out for the next few hours together. This is just exciting stuff, guys. I'm nervous. I'm excited. We can already see you guys are coming on in. Man, this is exciting stuff. So here we are. Few things before we get started. First of all, my name is Steven. If this is your first time joining us here at Fiveable, I've been leading the AP European History review sessions for this year. We've been doing CRAMs for the last few weeks, and we've been reviewing all of this stuff up to this point. And here we are. We are finally here, ready to take the exam. I may be periodically stopping and responding to messages. That is going to happen over the course of the 5 hours. But all right. So before we get started, we are going to try to get I guess not. We were going to try to get Amanda in here to talk to you guys for a few minutes to just say, hey, Amanda is our fearless leader, and she was going to try to get in here and say hello to you guys, but it looks like we are it's some technical stuff on my end. She can't join, so it's just going to be me, but that's super okay. Maybe if we can figure it out, she can jump in here a little bit later. I mean, we got plenty of time. We are going to be here for the next 5 hours. We are the 5-hour gang. Now, another thing I want to mention, we are running a little bit of a promo, a little bit of a I guess promo is the right word. It's a social media contest. If you post on social media about AP exams, about Fiveable, use the hashtag YesWeCram. That's hashtag YesWeCram. And you could potentially win $100. They're giving away $100 a day to one lucky person who posts using YesWeCram. So really cool opportunity for you guys to get a quick $100. So definitely check that out. And Amanda just messaged me. She said, sending my love to Euro. Thank you, Amanda. It's going to be awesome. And I mean, the CRAM finale is always a great time. So let's get on into it. Now, we are, if you've noticed, if you've joined before and you have, if you've joined before and you might notice that the chat is disabled. We are doing that just because it's, right now there's 220 people in here, and we're really, it's more of a sake for me. So I'm not constantly monitoring chat for the TAs. So they're not constantly monitoring chat. And we can really keep it nice and streamlined as possible. But let's go ahead and get on into things here. It's going to be exciting. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I mean, I am very exciting, but I'm also very excited. All right. My microphone was cut out. All right. Well, that's fun. One of the many technical difficulties that you will almost certainly experience with me, as someone who prides himself on being very technologically sound, I tend to make a lot of technological mistakes. It's going to happen. What I was saying was we don't have chat enabled for this 5-hour stream because there's a lot of you guys in here, and it's just going to get a little bit too overwhelming for me, for my TAs, and as fun as it might be to commiserate about the AP exam for tomorrow and to make jokes and all that stuff. I love that stuff, but we're trying to keep this as streamlined as possible. We're trying to keep it as informative for you guys as possible. And so we do have the Q&A portion of the Fiveable website open. It's below the video. One thing I will say, and I want you guys to listen to me here. I want you guys to listen to me. I'm putting on my teacher voice here. Listen to me. Do not ask a question about a topic that I just introduced until I get done going over it. So I'm going to give you guys an example. When we inevitably talk about the Congress of Vienna, don't ask what the Congress of Vienna was right after I get done saying, all right, let's not talk about the Congress of Vienna, because I'm going to answer that question right after I said it. Okay? So if you have more questions about it, absolutely ask away, but let's make sure that we're not asking questions until I actually go over a topic. Okay? That's kind of and that's going to keep that Q&A section open, because if it gets a little bit too overwhelming and a little bit too cluttered, we're going to have to shut it down. All right? Okay, let's rock and roll here. So let me get myself all situated. And yeah, like I said, guys, I am going to be looking at I will be looking at the Q&A stuff from time to time, and so if you guys have questions, absolutely just put them in there and we'll answer them. And I will say we are going to be going over everything. We are going to be going over everything in this CRAM finale. So if you guys have questions about a particular topic, it's probably going to get answered. All right, now, why are we not going forward? There we go. So this is being recorded. Okay. We are going, so for those of you guys that are like not taking the exam tomorrow, you're taking it online at some point, this is still going to be super relevant for you, obviously. You just have a little bit more time. We are going to be running some watch parties for this exact stream before those exams, which is super, super cool. It's going to be the night before. We'll be in there hanging out and doing a watch party. Now, what that means is that this is being recorded, okay? And that's another thing too, is that if you have to step away, you got to go eat dinner, you got to go work on homework, whatever that might be, you can go re-watch this at some point, okay? Okay, cool. Let's rock. And I need 2 monitors. I've only got 1 monitor, and I really should have thought of the 2 monitor thing before this. For those of you that have watched the CRAM so far, only having an hour, I'm usually pretty quick. We got 5 hours now. I'm going to be a little bit I'm going to take my time with it a little bit more, which I'm very excited for. I am not a rushed person, and so having to cover a full unit in 1 hour is always it's never that fun for me. But follow Fiveable on the social medias. Why haven't you followed Fiveable on the social medias? Follow them on the social medias. Follow them on Twitter. Follow them on Instagram. Follow them on YouTube. Okay? Follow the Fiveable on the social medias. They're awesome. They post great stuff. All right? I've already mentioned the social media promo they have going on right now. Check it out. Hashtag YesWeCram. Okay? You can earn $100 every day. Check it out. Okay? Also, moving myself. There we go. Now you guys can see the captions. Boom. So another thing I really want to mention is the Discord. So this is another thing I'm going to be doing, looking at during the stream, is the Discord. The Discord is awesome. We have a AP European History channel on the Discord right now. It's going off. People are chatting on there. It's awesome. If you want to join the Discord, you can find the link for it on the Fiveable website. And it's a really, really good place. It's an awesome, I mean, it's a really awesome community. And so for the not even European history, for all the AP subjects, they have their own channel. They do all sorts of cool stuff on the Discord. Just hop on the Discord. You'll not regret it, I promise. All right, so what are we going to be covering in this stream? Well, first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about how you guys can communicate with me. I already kind of went over some of the ways, but I want to talk about it again. Then we're going to cover units 1 through 9 in their entirety. A little bit speedy. We're not going to necessarily hang out on all the really minute details, but I will definitely talk about the big stuff, talk about the highlights, right? We'll also have a little trivia after each unit, little 5-question trivia to test your knowledge. That's going to be through Google Form. I will push out those Google Forms to you guys with a link, and that will be happening after the end of each unit. And then we'll be doing a little bit of multiple choice practice. And then we'll talk about how to SAQ, how to DBQ, how to LEQ. All right. And then at the end, I'm kind of thinking the last hour or so of this stream is going to be reserved for any questions that you guys might have. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I'll open up the Q&A section on Vimeo. I'll be checking the questions on the Fiveable, on the Fiveable website. I'm going to reserve about that last hour or so. But let's jump on in. So what's going to be included in this? An intro, an overview of every single unit, all 9 of them, right? All 9 of them. Now, what I'll say is that you guys are your hand's going to fall off of your body if you try to take every single note that you see. What I recommend is taking notes on the big themes. Do not worry too much about all these little minute details, okay? At this point, big themes are the most important thing you can be studying, I promise you. How can you interact? I'm going to be checking a few things constantly. Not constantly, but very periodically. The Discord channel for sure. If you have a question in there, that moves really quick though, so I might not catch everything. But then the Q&A portion on the Fiveable website is going to be staffed at all times by our 2 wonderful TAs, who I will shout out any chance that I get. And then I'll probably open the Vimeo Q&A at the end, or maybe after each unit. We'll see. Okay. So let me actually go ahead and check on back over to the Fiveable questions here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Cool beans. All right. Let's rock and roll here. So let's go ahead and start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. Unit 1, Renaissance and the Age of Exploration. 15 minutes in, guys. We are moving. All right. So what I'm going to do at the start of every single unit. Why are we working here? There we go. The start of every single unit, I will be I'll be giving kind of this unit in a nutshell dealio. So this is the big ideas from each of the units, okay? This is the main topics, it's the main you know what I'm going to do? Just so that you guys can see this, I'll temporarily shut myself off here. Don't worry, I'll be back. So I've got the main topics here, and then I've kind of got an overview of each of the topics so that you guys can see exactly what's going to be covered be covered in each of these. Okay, so in the case of Unit 1, we really have three main, I mean, really it's like two main topics. It's the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration, but I do like to throw in pre-Renaissance Europe into this. And the big reason is because while you're probably not going to see a multiple choice question, or excuse me, while you probably won't see a DBQ on one of these pre-Renaissance Europe like ideas and topics, you will probably see at least one multiple choice question on one of these things, whether it's feudalism, the 100 Years' War, the crisis of the late Middle Ages. So we'll go through all those. The Renaissance, which is foundations of Renaissance ideas, Italian Renaissance and humanism, Northern Renaissance and Christian humanism. And then the Age of Exploration, which is the foundation of European exploration, motives for exploration, the African slave trade, and the impacts of exploration. Okay. All right, so let's get in. We'll talk about the crisis of the late Middle Ages here. All right, so we've got several different events that really prompt. I'm going to turn myself back on. There I am. We've got several different events that really prompt the that really prompt the movement of, I want to say, the movement of Europe out of the Middle Ages, right? Really, when we think about why does Europe exit the Middle Ages, first of all, it's not a clean exit, right? When we think about like the Middle Ages end in 1500 and the modern era begins in 1500, right? That shift, it's a really, really slow shift, right? Like it's not going to be felt over Europe by all people for a very, very long time. But several events do push Europe into the modern era. The Black Death of 1347 kills a third of Europe's population. When that many people die, it's going to dramatically change the way that European society just baseline operates. So that is something that is going to have really, really massive impacts. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why this is. Again, adjusting stuff here, folks. Excuse me. Oh, I bet I know what's going on. We're gonna do that. All right, that should probably fix it. Sorry, my the captions were not keeping up with me, and that was really bothering me. So I wanted to adjust that. All right, that should fix it. Okay, so the Black Death kills a third of Europe's population. That's going to have massive social, economic, political impacts. In a lot of areas, it's going to effectively end feudalism. So we're thinking areas of France, areas of Britain. Feudalism effectively ends areas of Italy. Then the 100 Years' War, which takes place before and after this massive pandemic, also is going to end feudalism in a lot of different areas. And then the peasant revolts that are further pushing Europe out of the feudal era. And then the Avignon Papacy. And the Avignon Papacy was this period in which the Catholic Church moved locations from the Vatican to the city of Avignon in southern France. It was effectively southern France. I think technically it was still in Italy, but it was effectively southern France. And then at one point there's two popes. Then there's a third pope that's elected as well. And really the Avignon Papacy, for most of the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church is the main political, social force of Europe, right? Of everybody's lives. And when the Avignon Papacy happens, it's going to push a lot of Europeans away from viewing the Catholic Church as like this very, very like can do no wrong type institution. A lot of people see through the Avignon papacy as being a power grab, as being a money grab, and we start to kind of move towards this Reformation era because of the Avignon papacy. All right, now getting into the Renaissance, when we think about what is the Renaissance. So first of all, we know that the Renaissance stands for rebirth, right? And really we can look at three main characteristics when we're talking about the Renaissance: a return to Greek and Roman thinking, renewed interest in secular matters, and a greater appreciation of the self and the worth of the individual. And the Renaissance is going to have really, really long-lasting impacts, but it's not going to have a lot of very super immediate impacts. It's really only going to impact a small group of Europeans. It's going to impact the learned, those that have received formal education, the wealthy, the noble class. But it's not really going to impact the vast majority of Europe, right? What I always say is that, you know, your average German peasant didn't wake up in the 1500s or late 1400s and say, oh, what a great time to be living during the Renaissance. They just weren't aware of it, right? The changes that were happening in art and the changes that were happening in education and all these other changes that were happening. They just really weren't aware of them. Now, when we're thinking about why Italy, okay, we can really look at a few different things here. What it really comes down to is the economic superiority of Italy and the proximity to ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Obviously very close to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, right? That makes a lot of sense, or the proximity to ancient Rome. But the ancient Greece, the Ottoman Empire is going to fall in 1453, or not the Ottoman Empire, the Byzantine Empire is going to fall in 1453. And when that happens, a lot of those old ancient Greek scholars, they dip and they bail to Italy. And so the Renaissance is going to the Renaissance is really going to start in the Italian peninsula because economically it was really set up to provide for these changes, and also just kind of educationally they had access to all of these materials, things like ancient Greek and ancient Roman manuscripts. Now, another really important part of the Renaissance is the invention of the printing press. The printing press was invented by Johannes Gutenberg in 1440 for printed work to spread very quickly, and it's going to develop the idea of print culture, which we will come back to and talk more about. And this is going to have, I mean, I kind of like to equate the printing press to like the computer. The printing press is going to have massive educational, social impacts on Europe, political, religious impacts on Europe. We're going to see literacy rates increase. We're going to see the spread of ideas more easily. We're going to see all of this kind of good stuff. Now, kind of two of the big intellectual and social changes that happened during the Renaissance are individualism and secularism. And when you see questions on the AP exam about the Renaissance and its social impacts, think individualism and think secularism. I always struggle with the word secularism. So individualism is exactly what it sounds like. It's the focus of the individual. It's the focus on the individual self-worth. Okay, so the example I like to use is that during the Middle Ages, artists really didn't sign their name to art. The big reason that artists didn't sign their name to art was because for them, they were not creating this piece of art for themselves. They were creating this piece of art for God. So why sign your name to it? The Renaissance sort of changes that idea, and instead what happens is people realize that they can sign this art, they can create this art for God, but also for themselves as well, right? Secularism is non-religious. There is a shift towards appreciating the non-religious aspect of life, right? So the way that life sort of for most Europeans happened during the Middle Ages was it was kind of this slow, monotonous crawl towards heaven. Life was the earthly life was a really just brutal journey to eventually get to a higher plane of existence. You know, they had their horse blinders on. All they were doing was looking forward. That's how most people lived their lives in the Middle Ages, trying to get to heaven. And during the Renaissance, we start to see a shift, albeit a very slow shift, towards appreciating the world in which you lived in. You take those horse blinders off. That's kind of how I like to think about it, is people saying, you know, we can still work to get to heaven, but also appreciate this world that God has created for us. Now, the main idea of the Renaissance is humanism. And our boy on the right there with the crazy hat, Mr. Petrarch, is considered to be the father of humanism. Humanism means a lot of different stuff, but really I like to sum it up by saying that it was the philosophy that focused on man and his world, an attempt to understand and better understand human nature. And this is going to be the idea that most influences Renaissance art and ideas, and most influences kind of future social movements, right? Humanism in a lot of ways is going to be a really big precursor to something like the Enlightenment, right? All right, our main humanist thinkers. We have Petrarch and Leonardo Bruni, both of them really important here. I almost guarantee that you will see a question on the multiple choice portion about Mr. Petrarch. He is the father of humanism. He wrote a lot of stuff, and he is really, like I said, I just really think that all the multiple choice, all the practice and sample multiple choice that I've seen from the AP exam has included an excerpt from Petrarch or about Petrarch. I really believe that this is just this is a guy they like to talk about, and for good reason. He's the father of humanism. Okay, but he's also considered to be the first modern writer. He wrote secular stuff. He wrote non-religious stuff, and he is the first modern guy to really do that to a large degree. Okay, I'm seeing some questions about the Great Schism on the Discord. I would not if you don't know what the Great Schism is right now and you're taking the test tomorrow, do not concern yourself with it, okay? It's almost certainly not going to be a DBQ. It's almost certainly not going to show up in your short answer questions. It might just be a multiple choice question set, okay? Do not concern yourself with the Great Schism if you don't know what it is and you're taking the exam tomorrow. All right, don't worry about it. All right, one of the guys I definitely do want to talk about, because you will almost, again, this guy also, you could see Machiavelli in the DBQ. This guy is really, really important. Machiavelli writes The Prince. He creates a handbook for rulers and promotes this idea called power politics. He's the guy that says the ends justify the means. He says it's better to be feared than loved. His ideas of how to rule and how to rule with an iron fist is really going to be the blueprint for a lot of rulers. One of the questions I saw, this might have been a sample multiple choice question, but it was which of the following rulers would be considered Machiavellian? And the answer was Catherine de Medici. But I don't know why I remember that off the top of my head. It's been years since I've seen that multiple choice question set. But anyway, that's the kind of stuff that they like to do. They like to bring in this guy who we only talk about in Unit 1, and they like to ask you, which of these 18th century rulers would be Machiavellian? He's a really important guy to know. All right. Renaissance man. All right. I also am drinking coffee. It's going to give me life tonight at about probably 7:30. About 2 hours, I'll probably switch over to tea. But I am drinking coffee right now, in case you guys were wondering. So the Renaissance man is also something that you're going to see pop up from time to time. This is this idea that this is someone who fully embraces humanism. This is someone who fully embraces individualism and secularism. And this is also someone who kind of famously is a kind of explores all these different artistic styles, explores all these different, these different trades. And our guy that's definitely the most important here is Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci is famous for the Mona Lisa painting, which is the Mona Lisa painting is horrendously overrated. Don't get me started on Mona Lisa. It's a very overrated piece of artwork. It's incredible, don't get me wrong, but it's not even close to the best thing that Leonardo da Vinci has done. But Leonardo da Vinci was a really good painter. He was an architect. He was an inventor. He was a writer, and he really represents kind of what it means to be a Renaissance man. And coming for the Mona Lisa. I am coming for the Mona Lisa right now. I've gone to the Louvre. I've seen it, and I was horrendously unimpressed. Maybe if there wasn't like a group of like 200 people crowded around the Mona Lisa all trying to take selfies with it, I would be really more impressed with it. It also doesn't help that right across from the Mona Lisa is this massive like wall-sized portrait that's just absolutely gorgeous, and no one ever looks at it. So I think that also kind of rubs me the wrong way. But it's really, I mean, it's a great piece of art, but there are lots of better stuff that Da Vinci has done. Anyway, I also want to talk about Christine de Pizan. Christine de Pizan is one of our earliest feminists. And I kind of use that word lightly because she would not really be considered a feminist today. She just wouldn't. Her ideas were definitely still medieval in a lot of ways. But she did talk a lot about how women should be considered a viable part of kind of the life force of the average family. And also that women are not inherently evil, which is kind of a weird thing to think about, women being inherently evil. But we got to remember that most Europeans were devoutly Christian, and they were also really hanging on to this idea of original sin. And if we know original sin is Adam and Eve getting kicked out of the Garden of Eden, Eve tempted Adam with the apple. And so the medieval idea about women is that they are inherently evil because of that original sin. Now, Christine de Pizan is going to say that is crazy. Women are an insanely important part of society. But she also does say that their role should be really supporting their husbands. So not very feminist, but I think she's important to know because she represents that step towards the modern feminism of like the 18 and 1900s. One thing College Board does love to do. By the way, I am wearing at all times my Stephen from College Board name tag. So I'm going to be talking about the AP exam a lot here. The one thing that we really need to remember is that College Board loves to talk about to propose a question about the kind of progression of women's rights through history. I don't think they talked about it on the exam last year. I would expect to see at least a short answer question on it this year. They've done full DBQs on the progression and LEQs on the progression of women's rights through history. Yeah, I do not work for College Board. Don't get it twisted. I'm just saying I am going to talk about the AP exam quite a bit, in relation to the content we're learning. All right, the one thing you guys probably all want to know about, what the heck is going on with the art? The art in the Middle Ages, what we're going to do is we're not going through a lot of the very specific art. Do not expect me to spend an hour talking about Renaissance art. It's just not going to happen because we got the time crunch. But what I will do, I will give you guys a nice splattering of important Renaissance art and all that kind of stuff. So first of all, what the heck was happening in the Middle Ages when it came to art? Middle Ages art sucked. There's just, it's cool looking and you get some crazy art that gets produced, but generally speaking, it's bland. It's got no perspective, incorrect proportions, all of that kind of stuff. But the art that we see in the Renaissance is going to really focus on a few key ideas. Perspective is the big one. Perspective. Vibrant colors is another one. And proper portions. Okay, what I mean by that is, if we look, this is Titian. Okay, this is one of Titian's most kind of one of his most famous works here, and we compare and contrast Titian leaning into proper proportioning, the development of perspective, also rich and vibrant colors. It's a totally different night and day thing. Now, one of the other things that is also going to really distinguish Renaissance art is a kind of move away from non-secular only themes. We really only see excuse me, sorry about that. We really only see religiously themed artwork in the Middle Ages. And that's not entirely true, but for the most part, most artwork was religiously themed. We start to see a move away from that during the Renaissance, and Botticelli's Birth of Venus is a really good example here. While it's still, proportionally speaking, it's not perfect, right? The trees don't exactly line up with the people, but this portrays the birth of Venus, which is a Roman goddess, and so this was a focus on secular themes, right? Even though it's still religion, it's Roman religion, it's not Christian religion. Another thing that we see is we start to see return back to sculpting, which hadn't happened since ancient Rome. There's about a 1,000-year-long gap between sculpting. Between sculpting, that doesn't make sense. People aren't sculpting in the Middle Ages. That's what I'm trying to say. David is the first freestanding nude sculpture since ancient Rome. It's made by Donatello. We're going to see another David made by Michelangelo. But Donatello is our first Ninja Turtle. Our second Ninja Turtle is Raphael. School of Athens, my absolute favorite piece of Renaissance art. Absolutely gorgeous. It's in the Vatican. If you're ever in Rome, go tour the Vatican. You are not going to be disappointed, I promise you, just for the art alone, not to mention the architecture. Anyway, but the School of Athens is like a crash course. It is a perfect example of perspective. If we look at the depth of field that Raphael is able to achieve on a 2D surface, it is just absolutely astounding. You really get a full sense of perspective with this piece of art. Okay. Also, secular themes. You see both Plato and Aristotle in front and center of this piece of art. Now, Michelangelo, I mean, this guy's just the boss, right? He is there. You can make an argument that he's the greatest, he's definitely one of the greatest artists that has ever lived, and certainly probably the greatest artist of the Renaissance. You can make that argument for sure. He's going to do a whole bunch of stuff. The Pieta, his statue of David, but most importantly, probably is his Sistine Chapel, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. And the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, which is this which is like this basketball court size ceiling, where we see all these insane scenes from the Old and New Testament. Famously, this is where we see the fingertip scene, right? The David and God, where God's leaning down and David's like lazy fingertip, right? That's front and center of this of the Sistine Chapel. And then the Pieta, his sculpting work is just next level. It's insane. But generally speaking, these are like the new themes of Renaissance art that we start to see take hold. And this art and this artistic style, it's not going to stay Renaissance style for very long. What happens is, what we see is that Renaissance artists and then post-Renaissance artists take these artistic styles and they change them whether that's like the Baroque style of art, or kind of going later on the Romantic style of art. But really, this is the realism, impressionism, post-impressionism, all of these like artistic styles that develop over the next few hundred years. Their base is the Renaissance, which is why Renaissance art tends to get all this focus, is because this is really where we see the basis of modern art is the Renaissance. Yeah, cool. All right, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about the Northern Renaissance. So the Northern Renaissance is going to be in a lot of ways similar, but also different from the Italian Renaissance art, or the Italian Renaissance, excuse me. The Northern Renaissance, first and foremost, there's two things you need to know about the Northern Renaissance. You need to know about the art, and you need to know about the Northern Christian humanists. The Northern Christian humanists were humanists that also focused on changing and modernizing the Catholic Church. But we think about it, the Italian humanists really didn't want to talk anything bad about the Catholic Church, because they were based in Italy, and the Catholic Church had a lot of sway over what happened in Italy. Right? The Catholic Church is based in Italy. You don't want to go talking bad about the Catholic Church in their home territory. But in Germany, France, Britain, these Northern Christian humanists felt a lot more comfortable talking about Christianity and talking about how to update and modernize Christianity without having to worry too much about kind of the wrath of the Catholic Church. So our two most important Christian humanists are Desiderius Erasmus and Thomas More. We'll talk about Desiderius Erasmus when we talk about the Reformation. Now, Northern Renaissance art is really kind of, one of the big differences is it's way more almost realistic. It's not quite as like, we can kind of think of Italian Renaissance art as being the ideal form of humanity, right? Humanity in its ideal state. Northern Renaissance art is humanity in its actual state. And so it tends to be more subdued. It tends to be darker colors, a bigger focus on realism and capturing the world that people actually lived in. Jan van Eyck is probably the most famous Renaissance artist. He's an insane master of perspective. If you've ever seen the painting of that couple, and it's this portrait of this couple, and there's the mirror in the background, and you can actually see him in the mirror of the background. I've actually got it right here. It's this painting right here. This is Jan van Eyck, and you can see him in this mirror in the background, which is super, super cool. Jan van Eyck is insane. He's a master of the art, of his art, and really kind of one of the most, I think, long-term, the most famous Renaissance artist. However, Albert Durr is, during his lifetime, the most famous Northern Renaissance artist during his life. His people seek him out all over the place for his portraits, and he was also a master woodcutter and wood engraver. And definitely the most famous during his lifetime. But we can see much more subdued colors, also really pretty dark. But yeah, Albert Durr, Jan van Eyck, two of the guys that you should definitely know. Peter Bruegel is another one that you can know as well. Peter Bruegel did all of these scenes, right? The scenes of like the city folk. It's Peter Bruegel. All right. Let's finish up by talking about the last kind of the last big topic of the Unit 1. But first, before we do that, we're going to talk about the new monarchies really quick. The new monarchies describes the changing attitudes and styles of the monarchs in the 15th and 16th century. And it resulted in growing power of the monarch, centralization of the government, establishing of domestic order, and building of standing militaries. And we're going to look at a few new monarchs in particular, but realistically, these are the big themes that you need to know. Now, there was it was a short answer question on the new monarchs. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, which means that you might not see a written question on the new monarchs, but you'll probably recognize at least this guy on the right here, Charles V, who is probably the archetype new monarch. But in France, we see this happening with Francis I. the French monarchs are going to grow the power of the state. They're going to centralize the government. They're going to create standing militaries. And in general, they're just going to modernize the state. Similarly, in England, with the War of the Roses, this creates the Tudor dynasty. Henry VII massively grows the power of the monarchy, massively subdues the power of the nobility. And then in Spain, we see Castile and Aragon joining forces, creating a solely Catholic state. This is where we see the establishment of like the Spanish Inquisition. But Ferdinand and Isabella, they get married. Their grandson is going to be the first Spanish king. Charles V is their grandson. All right, let's talk about the age of exploration. So prior to the modern era, during much of the Middle Ages, Europe is kind of on the outskirts of the major trade routes. They are a last stop. Trade is mostly happening in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Asia. And Europe is really kind of at the whims of these trade routes coming from the Ottoman Empire. So, going into the modern era, the motivations for exploration are to really get on the map, but really it's about discovering new lands, potentially making a lot of money. Trade is an insanely valuable and profitable business. And then the religious zeal. And we can sum up the main ideas, the main motivations for exploration with God, glory, and gold. God, glory, and gold. Okay, so the prospect of new lands, that's the glory part. The economic motivation, that's the gold part. And the God part, which is religious zeal. Now, what is the most important? What is the most heavily focused on part of this? Definitely the economic motivations, right? People cared most about gold. Technologically speaking, new advancements in technology made travel and navigation easier. Things like the lateen rig, the compass, the astrolabe, gunpowder, the technological implementations. A lot of these technological implementations and advancements had been around for a while, but Europe kind of tinkered with them. They adapted them, but they allowed for more expansive sea travel. Something like the astrolabe, the astrolabe is effectively a computer, like a manual computer, and it allowed to show you your position, longitude and latitude wise, your location, or I guess that's your location, the time of day, the time of night. It was this insanely useful piece of technology that allowed for a captain to figure out pretty accurately where they were in the world. Now, who are our leaders in exploration? The Portuguese, for sure. The Portuguese, poor Portugal. This is really the only time we're ever going to talk about them. But they were the first to explore, and then Spain quickly follows suit. They are going to sail across the New World, right? We don't need to get into the details of Columbus, but they're going to sail up across the New World. They are going to, forcefully conquer the Aztec Empire, the Incan Empire, and establish the encomienda system, which was their system of forced labor for Native American peoples. France and England get into the game a little bit late, but they're going to predominantly explore North America. Okay. Now, talking a little bit about this here, in terms of what you're most likely to see on the exam, multiple choice questions, it could be kind of anything. In terms of written questions, typically College Board likes you to think about motivations for exploration, and then also interactions with native peoples. How did Europeans interact with native people? Yes, Portugal does become pretty irrelevant. The Discord comment does sum that up pretty well. It's poor Portugal. We'll talk about him again with Napoleon, but that's pretty much it. But I mean, Portugal's just kind of vibing. They're just kind of doing their own thing, So I saw a question about the encomienda system. The encomienda system was the system of forced labor that the Spanish used in Central and South America. It was this idea that you worked for a certain part of the year, and it was on paper it was supposed to be equitable, and it ended up just being pretty much forced labor. So before we get into the African slave trade, I do want to talk about the commercial revolution. The commercial revolution was this revolution that sort of happened in response to exploration. We see a massive, in about 100 years, a massive population increase between 1500 and 1600. About 20 million new people exist in Europe in that time, which is just a huge population increase. And with this, we start to see some development of capitalist ideas. We start to see new industries become more prevalent, things like textiles, mining, printing, book trade, etc. And a more general desire for consumer goods. We can kind of think about this as like the precursor to the agricultural and industrial revolutions. But we also see the development of mercantilism, and we'll talk about mercantilism in detail when we talk about absolutism in Unit 3. Mercantilism is a country's power is measured in their is the idea that a country's power is measured in their amount of their gold and their silver. It became the basic economic system that dominated Europe for the 16 and 1700s. It's going to be the economic system of absolutism. Yeah. And then I do want to talk about the African slave trade, of course. The African slave trade, which massively disrupted an entire group of an entire race of people. It massively disrupted an entire continent, and it was the true, one of the kind of, I mean, it was horrific, right? And the African slave trade is going to did the stream get blurry? Good again. Nice. So the African slave trade really was one, it was in response to the encomienda system failing. The reality was that most Native American peoples had succumbed to European disease, right? Roughly 90% of all Native American peoples died just to European disease, and in response, Europe looks at the African continent as a source of forced labor. A slave trade already existed in Africa. There was already kind of relations with African empires and tribes. And so the African slave trade was in response to that. Now, a few things I want to mention about the African slave trade. First, most African slaves went to South America. They predominantly went to Brazil. Brazil and the mines and sugar plantations were some of the most horrific working conditions ever seen. And it was, generally speaking, cheaper to work enslaved person to death than to make conditions better for them. And so what ended up happening was they would work African enslaved peoples to death and then buy more enslaved peoples. Roughly, I believe it's like 5% African enslaved peoples actually go to North America, and that was predominantly because the mindset in North America and the colonies was that you treat African enslaved peoples just enough so that they have kids, and then that's more enslaved peoples for you. Still very horrific, right? Just a kind of a different type of horror. But this is going to massively not only disrupt, obviously, the life of African peoples, but also it's going to kind of lay the groundwork for what will eventually be new imperialism, which we'll talk about in Unit 7. All right, then of course we have the Columbian Exchange and Triangle Trade, where we see the movement of goods, people, ideas across the Atlantic Ocean. We'll talk kind of more about this as we go through the rest of this, the rest of tonight. All right, so we have 5 main effects of exploration. 5 main effects of exploration, and then we're done with Unit 1. Crazy. So one is the increased power and wealth of European nations. We see European nations going from being kind of behind the rest of the world to all of a sudden being really economically powerful. war between not only European nations and native peoples, but between European nations and other European nations, the spread of Christianity in European culture, the general mistreatment of native peoples resulting from ethnocentrism, and then the transatlantic slave trade, which brought millions of Africans to the Americas against their will. Okay. That's Unit 1. We did it. We did it. What I'm going to do now is I am going to give you guys a... let me pull up my... I'm going to share with you guys the link to the trivia for Unit 1. Unit 1 trivia. So 5 questions, multiple choice. This is really just like it's just kind of stuff that I feel like we can always talk about more. I wonder if I can yeah, we'll do this. Tiny URL. CRAM 1. All right, guys, so you know what I'll do here? Yeah. Unit 1 trivia link. Yep. All right. So the link to the trivia is tinyurl.com/eurocram1. tinyurl.com/URL1. Eurocram1. All right, let me... Yo, we've already got responses. Nice. All right. While you guys are doing this, I'm going to take 2 minutes to grab some more coffee and to get some water. Headlights on the highway. All right, what we got for responses here? 52 responses. You guys are crazy. All right. Back in action. Back in action. Let me check up on the Q&A on the Fiveable website here. Take me there. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and go over this now. We'll go ahead and go over this now. These are going to be up for forever, so if you miss taking it, you can always take it. You can always take it again. That is super fine. All right, let me do... Let me pop over here. All right, so let's go over these really quickly, and then I'll kind of explain why the answers are the correct answers. So the first, which of the following is a reason why the Renaissance began in Italy? We should know that this is because the geographic location of Italy and Europe made them... Actually, we can just go to responses here. Nah, it's not easier to look at. We'll just go here. The geographic location of Italy in Europe made it a central point of trade, which brought money and stability, right? In what ways? I feel like this one's pretty straightforward, right? This one should be pretty straightforward, I believe. In what ways did humanism impact women during the Renaissance? So wealthy women could potentially receive a humanist education that could lead to patronage and possibly authoring books. Generally speaking, not all women, even women of noble and higher class, were offered this level of education, but it could happen. All right, similarity between the Northern and Italian Renaissance. Both developed around centers of commerce. I saw a question that said, why is both emphasize an art that focus on the lives of everyday Europeans? Why is it not that? The big reason why it's not that is because while Italian art may have portrayed that, most Italian Renaissance art did not. Most Italian Renaissance art was either religiously themed or had, wanted to view man in its ideal state, whereas the Northern Renaissance art viewed man in a more realistic, everyday state. Okay, so it's not wrong because it's not entirely true. Or it's wrong because it's not entirely true. What effect did exploration have in Europe? The population of some areas grew because of the introduction of new foods, right? So things like the potato become really important, the tomato. The potato is going to massively change the European landscape, okay, for places especially like Ireland and Russia. It is believed that upwards of 90% of all Native American peoples perished because of European exploration. What was the primary cause of this? It was European disease. It was European disease, specifically things like smallpox, which Native Americans had never experienced before. Okay, cool. All right, so that is Unit 1 trivia. Short, sweet, and to the point. All right, shall we move on to the DBQ? And yeah, guys, the reality is that I'm seeing people that are asking, more for me to slow down and give more detail about stuff. And unfortunately, just with time constraints, I can't do that, right? This is all about bigger themes. And really, honestly, I think it's better to take less notes here, right? I think just listen, interact, get on the Discord, absorb the information that way instead of just writing it down. I don't really think that that's 100% effective at this point. Note taking is, of course, a really, really crucial skill in history, but this is really the time where we hang out and we talk about the content the night before. Okay, and I'll answer specific questions that you guys have and stuff like that, of course, But yeah, this is us just like getting to go quickly through all this stuff. Okay. All right, let's rock and roll into this here. So unit 2. So unit 2, what is it? 2 big things: Reformation and the wars of religion. Okay, with the Reformation, our big ideas are Luther's Reformation, Calvin's Reformation, the Anglican Reformation, and the reforms of Elizabeth I, and then the counter and the Catholic Reformation. The counter and the Catholic Reformation, you can usually say either or, and it means both things. However, they are slightly different. But generally speaking, counter and Catholic Reformation are the exact same thing. You're not going to get deducted points if you say Catholic Reformation and you're talking about, the counter Reformation. But then also the French Wars of Religion, French Wars of Religion, Dutch Independence Movement, and the 30 Years' War and the Peace of Westphalia. Let's jump in. All right, so here's our boy, ML, Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546. Often the guy that's credited with starting the Protestant Reformation, right? And yeah, in a lot of ways he for sure did. He's kind of the catalyst that starts the whole thing off. However, Martin Luther really just becomes the most famous Reformation guy, the quickest. There are other people who are talking and kind of giving sort of suggesting Reformation ideas, people like Ulrich Zwingli, who are operating right at the same time as Martin Luther. But Martin Luther is definitely the guy that starts the Reformation. He is a trained professor of theology. He teaches at the University of Wittenberg, and this is as a priest, as a professor, where he really starts to understand and think about his new understanding of Christianity. And what is his new understanding of Christianity? Well, it's salvation by faith alone, of course. Salvation by faith alone is this idea that salvation is a gift from God and it's not something that needs to be earned. The church can not ever lead you to salvation. You get it there yourself. You're given salvation by God. So this is really the core foundation of Luther's ideas. Now, what really encourages Luther to act here, what really encourages Luther to start publishing this stuff is the selling of indulgences. We know what an indulgence is, right? A waiver by the church that forgives yourself or a loved one of their sins. The church is selling these. Luther is like, this is bad news bears. They shouldn't be selling tickets to heaven. And this is going to encourage him to write his 95 Theses, which focuses predominantly on the sale of indulgences. And more generally, the sale of indulgences highlighted the general problems from within the church. Now, eventually, Luther is going to break from the church. This is something that takes like a really long time. Luther originally is not breaking from the Catholic Church. He really has the desire and the goal to reform the church. He wants to reform the Catholic Church. However, between 1517, when the 95 Theses are posted, and 1521, when he's excommunicated, he really starts to believe that reform is not possible. There needs to be a full split from the church, right? This is where we see like the Diet of Worms. Now, Calvin, on the other hand, Calvin was way more focused on reform as well. He is a French Protestant born in 1533. He eventually escapes to Geneva, where he is going to come up with his new ideas about Protestantism. Typically, when we think about John Calvin, we think about predestination. We think about the idea that God has already determined who's going to heaven and who's going to hell, and there's nothing you can do on this earthly world to change that. That's the basis of Calvin's ideas, predestination. Now, Calvin's Protestantism is often called the Reformed Church. It's going to really be based around living a good moral life, thrift, obedience, all that kind of stuff. And really this highlights a lot of these very early differences that we see between different types of Reformation belief or different types of Protestant beliefs. All right. While Luther and Calvin both believed that the church itself was acting as more of a home for believers, right? Luther famously believed that the church was the church was made up of a body of all believers. Luther and Calvin fundamentally disagreed on the idea of predestination, right? That's going to be the big sort of differentiating factor. And generally speaking, Protestantism does have a very wide appeal. It appeals to wealthy, educated scholars who liked that they could read and interpret the Bible for themselves. It appealed to city folk and local priests who liked the freedom that Protestantism allowed them. And it appealed to nationalists like Germans who liked the idea that they got to take charge of their church. One of the things that was happening in the German states was that the Catholic Church was coming in and telling and assigning Italian priests to local areas. And Germans didn't like that they had to listen to an Italian priest. They wanted to listen to Germans. And that was something that the Protestant religions allowed for them to do. And then the nobility liked the fact that it gave them power over the clergy, which the nobility are always going to like that. And so by the time we get to the late 1600s, Protestantism has spread throughout Europe. We're going to see Protestantism predominantly in northern Germany, predominantly in the British and England and Scotland, and we're going to see Protestantism in the Scandinavian countries of Norway and Sweden. Now, kind of the third part of the Reformation is the Anglican Reformation, right? I put it in quotes because this Reformation was not really religiously motivated, right? The English Reformation was really all about increasing the power and the prestige of the English monarchy. And it started by this guy right here, Henry VIII. Henry VIII is the Tudor King of England. He really wants to increase his power and prestige, right? He's one of these guys that really represents like the new monarchies. And he is going because he wants to divorce his wife because his wife's not giving him a male heir. He through parliamentary acts breaks with the church. And with the Act of Supremacy, he declares that the king is going to be the head of this brand new church. And he establishes the Anglican Church. It's in a lot of ways just the Catholic Church, but he crosses out the Pope and puts his name in on the hierarchy. Really, this is, again, an avenue for him to increase his own power and increase his own prestige. So the Anglican Church is still very, very Catholic. It keeps traditional Catholic practices, but it does have government control over the church, right? This is not an independent thing from the government. The Anglican government controlled the Anglican Church. And it's going to be really under Elizabeth I that we see the Anglican Church solidified in any way. Okay, she's going to focus on religious stability. She's going to focus on making sure that the vast majority of our citizens are happy. And she issues the Elizabethan Compromise. And the Elizabethan Compromise was this idea, or was this compromise, as it said, that the Anglican Church would keep traditional Catholic practices, but everybody had to attend an Anglican church on Sunday or they had to pay a fine. And so with this, it unified most English people around the Anglican Church, but it also was a compromise by keeping these traditional Catholic practices. So most moderate Catholics and most moderate Protestants were pretty happy with this compromise. Okay, which we just talked about here. Now, Philip II, I'm kind of just throwing this in there. You might see a question about Philip II in the short answer questions. Philip II is the King of Spain, son of Charles V. He has kind of this goal of saving Catholicism in Europe. And he funds a plot to overthrow Elizabeth and put Mary, her cousin, on the throne. This doesn't work out. Mary's executed. This is where we see the Spanish Armada, where Philip tries to invade England. It fails. And this is really where we see kind of the last big gasp of the Spanish. Following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, the Spanish are going to be economically devastated. They are not going to really be able to recover from this, and we're not really going to mention Spain too much after this. They pop up a little bit, again, with Napoleon, with the rise of Franco during the interwar years, but really this is the last time we talk about the Spanish. Now, responding to Reformation, after the Reformation happens, we see the Catholic Church and the Catholic monarchies kind of have to formulate a plan of like, what the heck do we do now that we have this brand new religion, effectively, right? Even though it was still Christianity, it was a different type of Christianity altogether. Charles V, for example, he is the Austrian emperor. He is the Holy Roman Emperor. He's the King of Spain. He's the King of the Netherlands. Charles V rules like a third of all of Europe. He's also a very devout Catholic. He presides over the Diet of Worms, which was Luther's trial in Germany. And Charles V, he kind of takes the throne. I think it's 2 years before or 2 years after. 2 years after Luther publishes his 95 Theses. And he's got the Reformation to worry about, but he's also got the all these other things that he has to worry about as well. And he kind of abandons dealing with the Reformation, and what he eventually establishes is the Peace of Augsburg. Charles V realizes that it's really kind of foolish to think that he can tell every single person in his domain what religion to be Catholic. So he establishes the Peace of Augsburg. The Peace of Augsburg, this is Charles V's great compromise. It says his rule, his religion. So whoever the ruling prince of Germany, of these German states are, they get to choose the religion for their state, right? So if I'm the prince of, we'll say the Prince of Bohemia, right? I'm ruling Bohemia. It's a German state, and I'm Protestant. Then my people are also going to be Protestant. The Peace of Augsburg kept things peaceful for a while, but it's not going to take but 60, 70 years until the 30 Years' War breaks out, in large part because of the Peace of Augsburg. The Peace of Augsburg, I like to think of it was like duct tape. Like the Peace of Augsburg was pretty much Charles V duct taping up, rolling this duct tape over the Holy Roman Empire. Eventually it's going to fall apart. This brings us into the Counter-Reformation and the Catholic Reformation. The Counter-Reformation was a series of tactics and changes that the Catholic Church used to try to get people back to being Catholic. There was a kind of a few different things that they did with the Counter-Reformation. The Counter-Reformation specifically refers to the Roman Inquisition and the repression of Protestantism within Catholic states. While the Catholic Reformation refers to specifically the Council of Trent. You absolutely need to know the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent did two very important things. The first thing that it did was it reaffirmed Catholic doctrine. This was like the stuff that Martin Luther was saying, was wrong with the church, right? So like salvation, but by faith alone. He also said that, only 2 of the 7 sacraments were actually valid. Stuff like that. The Catholic Church says, no, it is not salvation by faith alone. Good works are still really important. The Council of Trent also reformed corrupt church practices. So they stopped selling indulgences. Right here, we can actually go right here. They stopped selling indulgences. They said clergy can't hold multiple offices. They said clergy must be educated. All right, so the Council of Trent did 2 things. Reaffirmed Catholic doctrine, but reformed corrupt church practices. All right, real quick, I'll talk about Ignatius of Loyola. One of the things that happens that becomes popular during the Counter-Reformation is the establishment of religious orders. These are like Catholic religious groups that are focused on like kind of focused on more specific things. Specifically with the Jesuits, they're focused on education and spreading Christianity. The Jesuits become a really important force for the Catholic Church. They established schools all over not only Europe but also all over the world. There's still universities today that are Jesuit universities. Things like Boston College. Boston College is a Jesuit university. But we're not going to get too far into this just for lack of time. All right, the Wars of Religion. This was a series of religiously motivated wars that helped shape and define modern Europe. The Wars of Religion, we typically look at 2 or 3, depending on who you talk to, wars of religion. The first being the French Wars of Religion. This is a series of wars that take place in the latter half of the 1500s. It's predominantly focused on the conflicts between Huguenots and the Catholic Church, or Catholics. Huguenots, which were just French Protestants, make up about 70% of the population, but upwards of 40% of the nobility. So they are very, very prevalent. They are a very strong and ingrained religious minority group within Europe. And also, it's a focus between conflict, or it's a focus of conflict between royal family or between noble families and noble houses. So people like the Guise and the Bourbons. Now, a lot of the French Wars of Religion are focused around this woman here, Catherine de' Medici. She rules as Queen Regent from 1559 to 1589. Her son is King of France, but he is incredibly young, so she kind of rules in his stead. And a lot of this chaos that happens during the French Wars of Religion happens in large part because of the fact that she sort of jumps back and forth between Catholics and Protestants, between the sides of Catholic and Protestants. But following her her son's coronation and her making her Queen Regent, fighting breaks out in France. It's going to last for about 30 years. And it's focused on not only the religious struggle between Huguenots and Protestants, but also between the political struggle between these different royal families, specifically the Bourbon family and the Guise family. The Valois, which are the ruling family of France, try to take the somewhat middle ground between the two sides, but they tend to flip back and forth. In terms of stuff to know for the French Wars of Religion, you definitely need to know the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre was the worst single act of violence that happened during the wars. Charles the Ninth is convinced that Huguenots are staging a coup, so he orders all Huguenots leaders to be killed. What it results is, over the course of 5 days, roughly 30,000 Huguenots being killed in France. Most violent single act of the French Wars of Religion. Now, what this is all going to result in is Henry IV eventually taking the throne here. Henry IV rules from 1589 to 1610. He is the first of the Bourbon kings, and he's a Protestant that eventually converts to Catholicism in order to not only end the wars of religion, but also to bring some level of religious stability to France. He publishes the Edict of Nantes in 1598, which not only ends the wars of religion, but also allowed for moderate religious toleration in France. The Edict of Nantes is going to be revoked by Louis XIV just a few decades later. Now, the Dutch independence movement I like to include, but it is definitely something that you don't necessarily, I think, need to know that much about. The Dutch independence movement was this political movement, but it was also really largely religious. Philip II attempt to kind of like force his will, the Spanish rule over the Netherlands, which were Spanish territory. The Spanish revolt in response. A lot of the revolution that happens was in Protestant territory, which is why it's considered part of the religious wars of this time. And what it's going to result in is the Netherlands creating kind of initially this very unstable, or this kind of really, really shaky, unstable peace with Spain. Eventually, their full kind of split with Spain will be solidified in the Peace of Westphalia. Speaking of the Peace of Westphalia, the 30 Years' War is the most important of these wars of religion. It's going to last for 30 years, as the name suggests, and it's going to entirely redraw the map of Europe. It's also going to eventually end all future conflicts. Originally started because of local religious conflict in Bohemia, and eventually it's going to spread across the Roman Empire. We have four main phases here: Bohemian phase, the Danish phase, the Swedish phase, and the French phase. And we're not going to get into the nitty-gritty of the war itself. The result of the war is that in 1648 the war ends. The war was brutal. It was bloody. It killed thousands upon thousands of people, and it's going to end in the Peace of Westphalia. The Peace of Westphalia did a few different things. The first that it officially reestablished the Peace of Augsburg, with Calvinism being officially recognized. Almost total religious freedom is granted in the Holy Roman Empire to Christians, right? Not to non-Christians. It established some protections for Jewish people. It almost totally dissolved the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire is going to be effectively just a name, nothing more. It's going to give most control to German princes. And it established the idea of balance of power, and then also urged countries to not get involved in other people's conflicts. And there's going to be some changes to political boundaries. The Netherlands and Switzerland are officially gained their independence. Brandenburg Prussia is going to be given a substantial amount of territory. Prussia is going to, because of the 30 Years' War, will really rise to power. And in general, the Peace of Westphalia is going to be this big turning point, right? There's a reason why period 1 of AP European history ends with the Peace of Westphalia. Okay, Peace of Westphalia, you'll for sure see on the AP exam, I can guarantee it. And so this is our map of Europe following the Westphalia in 1648. Like I said, Brandenburg Prussia gains a sizable amount of territory. Austria gains a sizable amount of territory. It kind of sets us up for the 1700s. Now, kind of wrapping up, right? These are the main topics that we talked about in Unit 2. Luther's Reformation, the Reformation in Switzerland, the Anglican Reformation, the Counter and Catholic Reformation, and then, of course, the Wars of Religion. Okay. All right, that was Unit 2. Super quick, right? We are rocking and rolling. I am going to post the trivia for Unit 2 right now. Let me pull up my Unit 2 trivia here. Where are we at? Tiny URL. Am I not? Cool. All right, so our second Unit 2 trivia link. tinyurl.com/EuroCram2. EuroCram2. Nice. Just gotta make sure it works. Cherry, you are crushing it posting the link there. Thank you. And I will say, guys, some of these questions have stuff that we just didn't talk about with the review. All right, that's gonna happen. Euro CRAM 2. All right. While we're finishing this up, I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna get some almonds. Some almonds. All right, let's go over this real quick. So, question one, who was the Christian humanist who spoke out against the problems with medieval society in the Catholic Church? That was Desiderius Erasmus, the most important Christian humanist. Really the only one you really need to know. Thomas More, probably should know too, but Desiderius Erasmus is number one. Which of the following, oh God, excuse me. Which of the following would best match Luther's new ideas about salvation? Salvation by faith alone. Salvation by faith alone. What meeting did the Catholic Church call after the Protestant Reformation to address its... Oh my God, I like choked on an almond. Sorry, guys. What meeting did the Catholic Church call after the Protestant Reformation to address its issues that the Reformation brought to light? That would be the Council of Trent. What was the most violent act of the French Wars of Religion? It is not D-Day. It is the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. And then the Peace of Westphalia reestablished which prior act? That would be the Peace of Augsburg. Peace of Augsburg. Cool. All right. Let's keep rocking and rolling, folks. We are well on our way. All right. This is the unit that was most requested on that Google form that I put out last week. This is really what you guys wanted to focus on a lot. So we will talk about it here. Now, Unit 3, what is in it? Unit 3 is all focused on absolutism and constitutionalism. Absolutism in France and absolutism in Russia. It is also focused on constitutionalism. The Magna Carta and the foundations of constitutionalism, James I and the Stuarts, Charles I and the English Civil War, and then the Glorious Revolution. So, before I get into that, I do want to say life in the 17th century, generally speaking, was pretty gosh darn brutal. Most people, their lives looked very similar to their great grandparents who lived in the Middle Ages. They were farmers, they were poor, they relied on the food that they grew. The first half of the 17th century, we see the Little Ice Age, which was this this, as the name suggests, a minor ice age that happened, and it's going to lead to crop shortages. The 30 Years' War kills a third of the Holy Roman Empire, and by the time we get to the second half of the century, we do start to see the population start to bounce back up. Just to kind of give you guys a snapshot what life is like. Let's keep moving. So absolutism, what is it? Right? Absolute rule by a single ruler, which differed from the medieval monarch who ruled alongside and shared power with the nobility and the church. Absolutism shared no power. Okay, they shared no power. And we're thinking about why did absolutism happen when it did, we have 6 main reasons for the rise of absolutism. All right, the Black Death, which weakened the power of the church. The American colonies, financially strengthening and stabilizing the monarchies. The Reformation, which also further weakened the power of the church. nationalism, which started to grow and strengthen and further bolstered nationalist monarchs and nationalist leaders. Religious wars ended, and religious strife encouraged the rise of a strong absolutist leader who could restore and maintain order. When we're thinking about how is absolutism justified, we tend to focus on divine right, this idea that that God put the monarchy on the throne and the monarchy exists only at the behest of God, and that the monarchy only owes God anything. The monarchy owes nobody anything on this earth. The monarchy is God's heir, effectively. When we're looking at how absolutism is solidified in France, we're going to start with French absolutism first. This is probably the most well-known absolutism. We got to start with Cardinal Richelieu and Louis XIII. Cardinal Richelieu rules effectively as behind the scenes as King of France. When Louis XIII takes the throne, he's 9 years old, and Cardinal Richelieu is going to rule effectively for him for his whole life. He centralizes the power of the government. He curbed the power of political groups. He disbanded private noble armies. His goal was to raise the power of the monarchy. And while Cardinal Richelieu was not an absolute ruler by any stretch of the imagination, Cardinal Richelieu was definitely someone who laid that groundwork for someone like Louis XIV. Right? And when he dies, the power and the prestige of the monarchy is massive. It's exponential. Now, Louis the 16th is going to take the throne also at a very, very young age. Cardinal Mazarin, the protege of Cardinal Richelieu, is going to rule as king regent until 1661. And as a young boy, Louis the 16th goes through the Fronde, which was this noble revolution. And he sees the brutality of not only the nobles, but in general, the people that he rules. And this is going to really, really influence him when he becomes king. So when he secures power at the age of 23, he pretty much says that, look, the best way for me to rule is as an absolute monarch, as someone who can really secure power for my country, right? Someone who can rule with sort of like an iron fist is a good way to think about it. He's going to work to establish stability in France. He's going to increase continental power, heighten French prestige, and he's going to make sure that he is squarely in the middle of everything. Louis XIV, excuse me, he famously said, like, look, I realize I'm not the smartest person in the room. Louis XIV said he was never going to be the smartest person in the room. But Louis XIV was the hardest worker in the room by far. Louis XIV put in the work, he put in the hours that was necessary, and he surrounded himself with really smart people. Okay? And he's going to use 3 strategies to establish himself as an absolute king. The first is absolutist propaganda. Okay, Louis XIV and his team were masters of propaganda. Okay, they were able to really cultivate this idea of who Louis XIV was. Not who he actually was, but who they wanted the people to believe that he was. He's also going to work. His second thing that he's going to do, he's going to keep the nobility in check. And he does this pretty much by keeping them fat and happy. All right. He also is going to move the seat of power from Paris to Versailles. And it's in this massive palace that he builds himself that he cultivates this idea that he is something really beyond human, that he is godlike almost. And he wanted the monarch to be the center of all French government. And we know, we've probably all seen images from the Palace of Versailles, right? Absolutely gorgeous. It's massive, and it really embodies everything that an absolute king is. Louis XIV is also going to revoke the Edict de Nantes. This is his third way that he is to secure his absolute power for himself. He revokes the Edict of Nantes in 1685, believing that religious conformity was impossible to achieve a stable, or that religious conformity was important to achieve a stable country, that having multiple religions was only going to destabilize the country further. He famously sums up kind of all this in the idea of one king, one law, and one faith. That's how you achieve that is how you achieve religious, or that's how you achieve stability. That was his belief. In response to this, a lot of Huguenots are going to flee to America. They're going to flee to Britain. They're going to flee to the Netherlands. Now, why does everything in Europe have religion? Listen, the first 6 units all have religion tied in. All have religion tied in. Yeah, and guys, I will say this. This is something I haven't mentioned yet. All of these slides are posted in the Fiveable website. You can go check it out right now. They're there, okay? And they're going to be there, right? And that's why I posted so much stuff, right? That my slideshow is 347 slides long. Am I going to talk about everything? Heck no. We're on slide 92 right now, all right? We're not going to talk about everything, but it is here if you want to reference it, okay? It is here if you want to reference it. All right, mercantilism. Let me talk about mercantilism real quick. This is the economic theory that a country's power is determined by their wealth in gold and silver. We talked about mercantilism a few minutes ago. But Jean-Baptiste Colbert is going to be Louis XIV's chief finance minister, and boy, oh boy, is this guy an economic genius. He is able to establish and protect French industries, regulate trade. The slides are also linked under the video as well. So if you guys want to check it out. He places high tariff on imports. He finances the arts and the sciences. He is the guy that turns France into the economic and artistic center of Europe. This guy right here, Jean-Baptiste Colbert, he is the guy that does it. Okay, now Louis XIV definitely takes the credit for it, but Jean-Baptiste Colbert is the guy that does it. You will see Jean-Baptiste Colbert on your AP exam. I can almost guarantee it. Okay, important guy to know. Now, what makes Louis XIV a really divisive monarch is that an absolute monarch is that he really does fail when it comes to the war, to his wars. He is not successful outside or with his military escapades, we'll say. The wars of Louis XIV were designed for him to gain continental power and prosperity on the continent. They ended up resulting in massive casualties and massive economic downturn. Really, and this was aimed at curbing the Habsburg power. So when Louis XVI dies in 1715, outliving his son, his grandson, and so his great-grandson takes the throne after him. He outlives his son and his grandson. He dies in 1715. He really has this kind of like mixed bag of a rule. His domestic policies were insanely effective. France was the model of absolutism, the most prestigious country in Europe, a center of learning, but it also had massive soaring debt, high casualties because of the war, and they lost territory, right? So Louis XIV, model absolute ruler, but also kind of showcased that absolutism was by no means a perfect system. In Russia, on the flip side of this, we see our boy Peter the Great, okay? At the same time, absolutism in Russia is also solidifying. Russia before Peter the Great was pretty gosh darn medieval. Okay, it was really controlled by this group of nobles called the boyars. This was the Russian nobility, and the boyars did not want the Russian Tsar to have a lot of power. Right, classic nobles not wanting the monarchy to have power. However, they did not expect Peter the Great, and Peter the Great certainly was interesting. As a child, he was so interested in the military and military exercises that instead of having toy soldiers, he had real soldiers that he played with. He actually orchestrated these sort of like war games between these two small groups of soldiers using live ammunition. Peter the Great literally made his groups of soldiers fire at each other with live ammunition. Peter the Great was just kind of like Louis XIV. He was all in. This guy wanted to rule, and he wanted for Russia to be the greatest country in the world. And he becomes really focused on these four main goals. One is to tame the power of the nobility. 2 is to gain secular control of the Russian Orthodox Church. 3 is to reorganize the internal structure of the government. And 4 is to develop the Russian economy. Okay, and this is going to happen. Sorry, let me go back. This is going to happen in a few different ways. Okay, first is he does look to physically westernize Russia. All right, this is done by the shaving of the beards of the boyars. Right, famously, Peter the Great went around and cut off the beards of the nobility. He makes them dress in modern European garb, Western European garb and clothing. He does kind of create this secular control over the Russian Orthodox Church. He establishes the table of ranks, which was effectively this new way that the nobles had to obtain power or attain positions of within the within the Russian government and the Russian monarchy. And then, kind of most famously, is that Peter the Great does establish Russia's first warm water port in St. Petersburg, which allows them to import and export year-round. All right. So Peter the Great is going to really work to push Russia into the modern era, but they are still going to be very, very slow, generally speaking, to adapt and to modernize. All right, on the flip side of Unit 3 is constitutionalism. And constitutionalism is the major competing ideology of the 17th and 18th century. It's going to be kind of like the foil to absolutism. Constitutionalism, unlike absolutism, says that government is limited by a body of law, a constitution. And we really see constitutionalism have its start in England. Now, the reason why constitutionalism starts in England is because of the Magna Carta. This medieval document, ratified in 1215, limited the power of King John by establishing what would eventually be the Parliament. Pretty much they said that, look, the king wants to ever raise taxes, you got to consult us first. And this is going to forever limit the power of the monarchy. So much stuff. There we go. Now, when Elizabeth dies in 1603, Elizabeth I, famously referred to as the Virgin Queen, she never has any illegitimate children. There are some kind of rumors that she had illegitimate children, but no proof that I've seen of that. But she dies without an heir. So Parliament looks at the Stuarts, who are related to the Tudors. James the Sixth of Scotland, who had been ruling Scotland for like 40 years, is next in line to the throne. Parliament goes to James the Sixth. They say, "Hey, bud, how would you like to come rule England?" And he says, "Yeah, that sounds great." So James the Sixth of Scotland becomes James the First of England. And James the First of England had been ruling Scotland as an absolute monarch for 30 years. And so when he gets down to England and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're not allowed to rule as an absolute monarch. You've actually got to consult us, the Parliament, before you raise taxes." James the First is like, "What the heck? I've been ruling as an absolute monarch. I still want to rule as an absolute monarch. So his reign is really characterized by these clashes with Parliament. But generally speaking, no major conflict emerges. However, his son, old Charles I here, he is going to start the English Civil War. Charles V is going to disband Parliament several times. Eventually, he tries to have them all arrested, and this results in the English Civil War, this war between Parliament and the monarchy. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty of the English Civil War, but what you guys do need to know is that the result of this is that Charles I, he gets the chop, he gets his head chopped off, and this is really pretty important for a few reasons. First and foremost, this is important because this is really the first time that we've seen a government execute their king, right? A country has decided that their king broke the law and they need to die because of it. They need to be put to death because of it. It's a really big deal, okay? So when we're thinking about, I want to move because I do think that this idea is important. I'll move myself right here for right now. How can we talk about the English Civil War in the context of, we'll say, like a short answer question or a DBQ or an LEQ? The English Civil War was absolutely this turning point in English history when Parliament asserted that the king could not do whatever they wanted to do. Charles I, in a lot of ways, was testing the power of Parliament. Charles I was kind of saying, I don't think that you guys actually need to exist, and I'm just going to rule without you guys. And what they proved was that Parliament not only needed to exist, but was going to exist and wasn't going anywhere. And this is going to really solidify constitutionalism in England. Now, it is going to be, I'm going to move myself back here. It is going to be further established and further solidified with the Glorious Revolution. Okay, so following the English Civil War, we see the restoration of the English monarchy with Charles II. Eventually, James I takes the throne, the son of Charles I, and James II is Catholic, has a Catholic son. Parliament is like, we need to get rid of this Catholic guy, we're Protestant, thus we bring into the Glorious Revolution. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the Glorious Revolution because College Board really likes the Glorious Revolution. There was a DBQ on the Glorious Revolution back from 2017. 2017 or was it 2018? It was 2017. It was 2017. There was a DBQ on the Glorious Revolution, and it proposed this question of, was the Glorious Revolution religious or was it political? Or I think the question is, was it an extension, or could it be considered part of the Enlightenment, was what the question was. But effectively it was asking, was it religious or was it political? And the reality is the Glorious Revolution was kind of framed as, we need to remove the tyrannical James II. But the tyranny of James II was that he was Catholic, and Parliament was Protestant. They did not want to go through the trouble of having a divided government and divided country again, right? Remember, we are moving past religion as a conflict. And so the Glorious Revolution was about getting rid of this Catholic king. But when Parliament went and asked the William and Mary of William of the Netherlands and his wife Mary, to daughter of James II, to take the throne, they also said that they needed to sign the Bill of Rights in order to do so. The English Bill of Rights is really going to affirm and fully establish constitutionalism in England, right? The English Bill of Rights outlines all basic rights that English citizens have, and it gave all lawmaking power to the Parliament, right? This is the full transition to a constitutional monarchy. And last thing I'll say about Unit 3 is you typically see Hobbes, and I'll just do this. You typically see Hobbes versus Locke be brought up a lot in regards to Unit 3 and the English Civil War, or the Glorious Revolution, excuse me. In Hobbes versus Locke, this kind of becomes the foundations for limited monarchy versus absolute monarchy. Hobbes much more in favor of a sort of like strongman approach, that a strong leader is important because it keeps people in line, it keeps people in check. Whereas Hobbes believed in, he's the guy that comes up with the terminology natural rights, right? That everybody is guaranteed natural rights and of life, liberty, and property, and that it is up to the government to protect those rights. Okay, so you'll typically see Hobbes versus Locke be brought up a lot when it comes to absolutism versus constitutionalism. All right, so that is Unit 3, absolutism versus constitutionalism. We will go ahead, I'll go ahead and post the trivia for Unit 3. I'm also going to take a look at some questions as well. But let me post this trivia. Where am I posting the trivia? Here. Unit 3 trivia link. tinyurl.com/Eurocram3. There it is. All right, so that's the trivia. That's the trivia right there. You guys can go visit that. While that's happening, I'm going to look at some questions here. I'm going to head to the... Oh, this is a really good question. Would Locke be considered a liberal? John Locke, so Sophie asked this question on the Fiveable website, and I really like this question. John Locke is often credited with the creation of classical liberalism. John Locke's idea of limited government and government's job protecting the rights of citizens is going to be the foundations of liberalism of the late 17 and 1800s. Yeah. Absolutely. John Locke could absolutely be considered a liberal, while Hobbes is way more considered a more classical conservative. All right, Lizzie asks, would you say we need to know all the names of these specific monarchs, or are there only a few we should be thoroughly familiar with? If so, who are they? Yeah, I mean, this is like such the big question, and it's such a tough question to answer, because I mean, I would say for England, in terms of Unit 3, you should know James I and Charles I, and you should probably know James II and then William and Mary. You really don't need to know Charles II. But yeah, with England, it's kind of, there's just so much stuff that revolves around the English monarchy that you kind of do need to know who they are. With France, definitely Louis XIV, right? Cardinal Richelieu, Louis XVI, Louis XV, you don't really need to know. Yeah. Do I have any predictions about what to expect to see more than usual? Yeah, I'll do my predictions at the end of what I think that the DBQ LEQ is going to be. Well, I guess the DBQ. I usually try to guess the DBQ. LEQ is going to be a choice of 3 for those that have an LEQ, and the short answer question is like, it could be anything. All right, let me take a look at how we did on the trivia. 300 responses exactly. All right. And I'm going to take a second to eat some more almonds as well. I feel like we're on a good pace. We are 2 hours in, folks. We are 2 hours in. Two hours in and 2 cups of coffee in. All right. So let's review. Let's review. Oh, let me do this. Let's review a little bit the trivia here. So Cardinal Richelieu sided with the Protestant forces in the 30-Year War in order to weaken which royal family? That is the Habsburgs. That is the Habsburgs. The theory of divine right says that the king is given power to rule by God. Divine right theory is what justified absolutism. What would be an example of a mercantilist policy? That would be only getting raw materials produced by your colonies and not buying them from other countries. The English Civil War was a conflict between what two groups? That would be Parliament and the monarchy. And then lastly, the English Parliament orchestrated the Glorious Revolution in which they invited William and Mary to take the English throne. If they signed which document? That was the English Bill of Rights, officially establishes constitutionalism, and is going to set England down this path of like slow, methodical adoption of liberal ideas. All right. Cool beans, folks. Cool beans. All right. Shall we move on to Unit 4? Unit 4 is going to be really quick and easy. Scientific Revolution and Enlightenment, okay? Sets a lot of foundations for Unit 5 and Unit 6, but generally speaking, we can move really quick through Unit 4. Wait, why are we paused? There we go. Okay, cool. All right, now I'm just lost in it. There we go. All right, so Unit 4 is Scientific Revolution and Enlightenment, right? Development of scientific reasoning, popularization of sciences, development of Enlightenment ideas and thinking. We'll talk about some key Enlightenment thinkers to now, and then we'll talk a little bit about Enlightened despotism. So Scientific Revolution, we probably heard about a lot of these guys before. This is like one of the only times when AP European history crosses over into a science class, right? A lot of these guys you might have learned about in science at some point. But Scientific Revolution is an explosion of scientific ideas and theories that eventually is going to lead to the emergence of modern science. This is a very slow moving process. It doesn't happen overnight. And it's also, interestingly enough, really is still a very deeply religious movement. A lot of the people who are studying science are still very religious. Same thing with the Enlightenment too. A lot of those guys are still very religious. Now, why did it happen? Typically, we can look at Renaissance exploration and the Reformation as being reasons why the scientific revolution happened. Generally speaking, it just got people to question the old way of thinking, right? The Reformation, exploration, Renaissance, one of the big social changes, especially that the Reformation did, the Reformation said that you should and can question traditional authority and question traditionally what you think you know. Question those long-standing beliefs. Exploration says we don't actually know a lot about the world that we think we know. So it really, really upset things the most. Now, another thing that's going to allow for the scientific revolution to happen when it does is the one of the things that directly that directly allows for the scientific revolution to happen when it does is the printing press and the establishment of print culture. This is a fundamental idea, or this is fundamental in allowing these scientific ideas to spread. Ideas that were popular, ideas that were unpopular. A lot of these early scientific ideas are very unpopular because they go against traditional ways of thinking. And this is going to be, again, this establishment of print culture, that more people are reading, more people are consuming stuff. The literacy rates are slowly increasing, okay? Now, probably the guy that we think about the most, or one of the guys we think about the most when we think about early scientists, is Nicholas Copernicus. He's credited with the heliocentric theory. This is going to challenge the old Aristotle and Ptolemaic way of thinking of the sun being the center of the solar system and all that good stuff. Copernicus is going to publish this on his deathbed, mostly because he's scared of he's scared of the Catholic Church coming after him. And as soon as this is published, it's ridiculed, it's seen as crazy, and it's widely unaccepted. Johann Kepler is probably the second guy that is the second most important guy that's going to make a lot of these big changes to the way that we view ourselves in the world and the solar system. Kepler is going to come up with the elliptical orbit theory, in which he suggests that planets and heavenly bodies move in an elliptical orbit around the sun, which is why our days and months and years, why they happen like they happen, right? Why is some days shorter than other days? Why do our days get shorter in the winter and longer in the summer? Elliptical orbits, right? But the thing is that Kepler can't ever explain why we have elliptical orbits, right? He doesn't know about gravity yet. He does not know about gravity yet. Now, one of the things that this guy, that Kepler and other scientists, even though they're not called scientists at this point, the word scientist is not going to be referred to until like the 1800s is when it's finally sort of established the idea of a scientist. One of the things these scientists were doing was that they believed that the Earth, in all of its ways, operated according to very basic mathematical principles. This is seen in like Kepler's 3 laws. These 3 things that he knows are true: that the planets move in elliptical orbits around the sun, that planets' velocity vary depending on their distance from the sun, and that the physical relationship between the moving planets could be expressed mathematically. Galileo Galilei, who we'll talk about here in just a second, also believed in the elliptical, or in the mathematical harmony of the universe. Moving away, he wanted to move away from the medieval way of viewing the world. But speaking of Galileo, Galileo is the first to make new discoveries about the world. He uses his newly invented telescope to study the study the night sky. He sees craters on the moon. He sees moons around Jupiter. He sees all of this stuff, and he's going to eventually suggest that a lot of the way that we view the solar system is flawed, right? We have all this information. We know a lot of the things that especially the church is saying just aren't true. This is going to, of course, get him into some hot water with the church. He is eventually put on house arrest for the last few years of his life. And then we got our boy, Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton is going to make some of the most important discoveries of the scientific revolution. He invents calculus. He makes way big advancements in the laws of composition of light, the laws of gravity, this idea that a force of attraction exists between 2 bodies and increases as the bodies get closer together. He sums all this up in the mathematical principles of natural knowledge. Newton is going to be really the first popular scientist. He's going to be pretty much a rock star when he's alive, and he's going to be one of these guys that really starts to popularize science. Now, the Enlightenment is going to be, I think, if you want to say which one's more important to study, I think the Enlightenment's more important to study. It's more relevant for things like the French Revolution and the 1800s. But there are a few major reasons why the Enlightenment happens in the 1700s. And while the scientific revolution is one of these things that takes place over the course of hundreds of years, the Enlightenment really takes place over the course of 100 years. It takes place over the course of the 1700s. Now, there are really four major reasons why the Enlightenment happens. The first is the popularization of science. Second is the growing skepticism to traditional authority. The third is the expansion of print culture. And the fourth is the rise of globalization and the access to new cultures. So with popularization of science, guys like Newton and Galileo popularized scientific study, Newton's law of gravity. Galileo popularizes the idea of the heliocentric theory. And generally speaking, both stress the importance of using empirical evidence. Going off of that, guys like Francis Bacon and Rene Descartes also really emphasize the use of empirical evidence, evidence that you can actually physically see, that you can test, evidence that you can come up with a hypothesis and prove that hypothesis through evidence. Another kind of advancement that we see take place in the years leading up to the Enlightenment is general skepticism to traditional authority, specifically religious traditional authority. People like Pierre Bayle, David Hume, who both kind of are skeptics of not only just like religious authority, but religion altogether. This is where I see the rise of deism. Deism is the idea that God created the world, but has not interfered with its sense. Deism is pretty much the popular religion of a lot of enlightened thinkers. We've talked about print culture a lot, but print culture is going to be a big reason why the Enlightenment happens. Especially in major cities, you see the way increased levels of literacy rates. Paris is a really good example of this because Paris is the center of the Enlightenment. Paris, in the end of the 1600s, over half of all printed works are religious. By the time we get to the 1780s, only 10% of all printed works are actually religious. But increased literacy rates typically only happen in major cities, although we do see them elsewhere in Europe as well, but just not to that same level and degree. So with print culture came access to new and different cultures. So we see European philosophers begin to read about the customs of China and the Middle East. They start to heavily criticize the customs of Europe, and they also start to criticize general governmental systems, which we'll talk about here. We'll look at here in just a second. So this is, I think this is, what is this, the six enlightened thinkers that you need to know. IMO. Voltaire, big religious toleration guy. He talks a lot about civil liberties. He criticizes the absolute government, the absolute monarchy of France, and he kind of idealizes the constitutional monarchy of England. Rousseau, who is widely unpopular during his life, he has some of the kind of most radical ideas about society, saying that society corrupts the individual, that society is in and of itself corrupts people into turning them into selfish, evil beings. Denis Diderot publishes the Encyclopedia. Okay, the Encyclopedia is the perfect example of access to knowledge, which was one of the big themes of the Enlightenment. Okay, themes of the Enlightenment are religious toleration, civil liberties, access to knowledge, and then also people getting involved politically with their governments. Okay, access to knowledge is an insanely good, or the Encyclopedia is an insanely good example of access to knowledge. Cesare Beccaria talks a lot about criminal justice and ethical punishments. He decrees the death penalty, or he says that the death penalty is wrong and it creates more problems than it solves. That there should be no torture, there should be no cruel and unusual punishment. Montesquieu talks about separation of powers. pretty much he outlines, a legislative body, a judicial body, and an executive body. Our founding fathers, or if you're in the United States, I should say, the United States founding fathers pretty much stole Montesquieu's ideas and said, this sounds really good, let's try this out. And then Mary Wollstonecraft is another one of our early feminists. She writes a lot about equality for women. All right, let's talk about enlightened despotism here. So, enlightened despotism is the idea that European rulers can adopt ideas of the Enlightenment and kind of put them into their own, the way that they rule. We see this happen particularly in the 1700s during this time period known as the Old Regime. The first person we'll talk about here is Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great rules Russia, and following the overthrow of her husband Peter III, she is going to attempt to rule as an enlightened despot. She does a lot of things to try to achieve this: education reforms, opening up schools not only for Russian men but also Russian women. She attempts legal code reform. She just generally attempts to instill these enlightened principles. Now, generally speaking, she's not widely successful here, and her foreign policy really is pretty questionable and dicey. Okay, she really, we can look at here, she really represents more of an absolute monarch than she does of an enlightened despot. The partitioning of Poland is a really good example. Over the course of the 1700s, Russia, Prussia, and Austria divide up Poland 3 separate times. What this results in is that Poland is totally wiped off the face of the earth by the 1700s. Okay, this is not in any way enlightened, right? This is not an act of an enlightened ruler. This is absolutely the act of an absolutist ruler. That's the thing about these enlightened despots, is that the enlightened despots are not really going to act on full enlightened principles. They just aren't. Frederick the Great is probably the most notorious enlightened despot. He receives a really kind of enlightened education, reading enlightened thinkers. He's very close friends with Voltaire. He collects a large amount of books. He speaks lots of different languages. He moves away from the idea of divine right. And he does attempt a lot of enlightened reforms here. However, like Catherine the Great, he is not very enlightened in some of the policies that he does. Okay, so things like he heavily taxes Jewish people. He considered them useless to the state. He spent a very little money on education, and he made no real attempts to free or reform serfdom. So there is this question of wasn't Frederick the Great and Catherine the Great actually enlightened? Now, the guy that really tried to rule as a full enlightened thinker was Joseph II. He's arguably the most enlightened of these enlightened despots. He really leaned into it pretty hard. But generally speaking, his reforms, such as giving full legal privileges to serfs and fully embracing religious toleration, did not pan out. All of his reforms are overturned when he dies, and his gravestone, I believe his gravestone says something to the effect of, here lies Joseph II, he accomplished nothing in his life. It's pretty sad. But Joseph II, really, out of all the enlightened despots, actually was an enlightened despot, and his reforms did not work. All right, so that's Unit 4. Quick and easy, just like that. We are about halfway done here, folks, going through our units. We have 5 more units left. We are almost at the halfway point here, which is great because we're also almost at the halfway point of this stream. Can we believe is what we've already been together for 2.5 hours? It's wild. Obviously, we're gonna be able to wrap up. I know there was some talk of like, how the heck am I going to get through 9 units in 5 hours? we'll move there. We'll move quick. Don't you guys worry about that. But let me go ahead and share the trivia with you guys for Unit 5 or Unit 4, excuse me. All right, so we should already know what it is at this point. tinyurl.com/eurocram4. Go check it out. Go check it out. Cherry, again, thank you for posting the trivia. That's all right. I'm just taking a second to not talk, guys. I can already feel my voice going. All right, let's go over these. 319 responses. You guys are insane. All right. So Copernicus published this theory on his deathbed. This was the heliocentric theory. Sir Isaac Newton was responsible for several important scientific discoveries, including gravity, right? This was definitely his big one. Rene Descartes and Francis Bacon both encouraged this idea, which helped define modern science. This is the use of empirical evidence. Montesquieu is most widely known for which of these ideas? That is separation of powers by government. And then what would be an example of the encouragement of the spread of information that became popular during the Enlightenment? That would be the encyclopedia. That is the best example of the encouragement of spread of information. All right, let's move into Unit 5 here. Unit 5, we are rocking and rolling. These last units, these last half of the class, we should be able to move through relatively quickly. A lot of this stuff is more modern. I assume that a lot of you guys have just recently talked about this, so we'll move through it a little bit quicker. But as always, slides are posted under the video on Fiveable. Check them out. All this information is here. That's why I've got so much information on them. Oh yeah, it's French Revolution time, folks. Unit 5, you know it. I love the French Revolution, I'll tell you what. Let me re-energize here real quick with some almonds. What is the third estate? The third estate is everything. The third estate is France. All right. That's enough about that. So, Unit 5, what's in it? Turn my video off so you can see. Unit 5, kind of three separate things. I talk about the emergence of modern Britain, the French Revolution, and then, of course, Napoleon. We're going to move quick through the French Revolution. Sorry to my French revolutionaries. I love the French Revolution too, but the reality is there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and we really only need to know a handful of things realistically. So let's rock and roll. All right, so the emergence of modern Britain. I like to talk about this just because I think it helps us understand a little bit of why Britain becomes this more, we'll say, becomes one of the, like, pretty much the OG one of the OG democracies in Europe. Okay, Parliament, after the Glorious Revolution and really after the Stuart line of monarchs dies out, we see the establishment of the cabinet system, which is the cabinet system is this idea that the Parliament sends this group of Parliament members to work with the king in close relation, effectively acting as middlemen between the king and the Parliament. And a prime minister would serve as the head of this cabinet group. We also see during the 1700s, the Whigs and Tories, these two competing political parties develop in Britain. The Whigs are kind of, for an extended period of time, become the dominant political party in England. And this new changing political system is actually going to prove to be really, really effective, and is going to allow Britain to dominate really a sizable chunk of the world. The British territories at its height, they control effectively a third of the world. But economically speaking, they are going to really, really solidify themselves as the economic powerhouse of the world. All right, let's talk about it. The big, the bad, the FR, the French Revolution. Let's get it. So, French Revolution, what was it? We all know it's a complete overthrow of the government by the French people. Why is it important? Why isn't the French Revolution important? That's the question you should be asking. It's the first real revolution in modern history. It influences all other major revolutions after it, and it's the climax of all these big social movements up to this point. The Renaissance, humanism, the Reformation, scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, all that stuff comes together and brings us the French Revolution. I don't know if you guys can tell, I like the French Revolution. Now, causes of the French Revolution. We can divide them up into long-term causes and short-term causes. What were the long-term causes? You guys could probably tell me right now. Absolutism, enlightened ideas, the rigid social structure of France, right? That infamous estate system. Whose idea was that, right? 3 estates. First estate is the clergy, second estate is the nobility, third estate is everybody else. By modern estimates, by the time we get to 1789, roughly 95% of the French Revolution, or 95% of the French population makes up the third estate. So, yeah, it's kind of wonky. The reality is that the estate system was kind of this hangover of the Middle Ages. It worked well in the Middle Ages when there really were 3 groups of people. Doesn't work so much now. These are our long-term causes, right? Our short-term causes are the economic issues brought about by Louis XVI and Louis XV, or Louis XV, or Louis XIV and Louis XV, and the unpopularity of the monarch. Louis XVI, he just wasn't the guy to be ruling France during the crises that they're going to go through in the late 1700s. He was pretty undecisive. He just didn't really care all that much. And on top of that, his wife, Marie Antoinette, was not popular. Okay, first of all, she was Austrian. She really didn't speak that much French early on. And she was seen as this elaborate spender, this lavish spender who just spent French money. Now, I'm not here to defend Marie Antoinette, okay? She did spend a lot of French money. However, she does kind of become the scapegoat for a lot of the bigger problems that were ingrained within the French absolute monarch. All right, so why here? Why now? Our short-term and long-term problems, but also the class conflict. One thing we need to understand about the French Revolution is that the French Revolution was not the bourgeoisie or the wealthy middle class versus the nobility. It was the bourgeoisie and the nobility versus the monarchy. They were teaming up against the monarchy here. They didn't like the monarchy, okay? And so when we're thinking about why does this happen here, why does this happen now, it's because the monarchy as an institution is being targeted by the bourgeoisie and the nobility. Now, there is some attempted economic reform that Louis XVI and his finance ministers attempt. It doesn't really work. The bourgeois or the nobility, excuse me, don't want it. They don't want to be taxed. This financial reform, it fails. And what this eventually leads to is the Estates General being called in 1789. The 1789 Estates General is this meeting of all the different estates, right? So it's all of the representations of all the first, second, and third estate. When it's called, they don't really realize this is going to be the start of the real French Revolution right here. So delegates, they meet together in Versailles on May 5th, 1789. Their plan is that they are going to solve this economic crisis really, really quickly. This is really like the hubris of all of these representatives. They're like, oh, the economic crisis, we got that in the bag. That's going to be easy. We're going to get together. It'll be great. It'll be fine. And then we're going to talk about all the other problems we have with each other. This is, I like to, so anytime I think about this is going to be my little side thing here. Whenever I think about like, they want to just argue about all the problems that they have, I think of the Festivus episode of Seinfeld, which I hope you guys have seen. If you haven't seen the Festivus episode of Seinfeld, you have to. But George Costanza's dad stands up at dinner and he says, I've got a lot of problems with you people and I'm going to tell you about them. And that's what I imagine all these members of the Estates General wanted to do, was just stand up and say, I got a lot of problems with you people. But they never get to that point because they end up spending like 3 weeks arguing about how to actually vote. Eventually, the Third Estate is just like, nope, we're done with this. We are going to declare ourselves for the National Assembly, and we're going to go do our own thing. First and Second Estate, you guys are welcome to join the National Assembly, but we're outskis. This is going to eventually get us to the Tennis Court Oath, right? Where the National Assembly says that they will not disband until they have a constitution, okay? And this kind of coincides with the storming of the Bastille, which the storming of the Bastille happens on July 14th, 1789, largely considered the start of the French Revolution. It's France's Independence Day. And this is when people of Paris storm this old prison, this old medieval prison in the center of Paris, and tear it down brick by brick. It's done mostly because they think that the king is coming to siege the city pretty much. There's rumors floating around. They think that they're going to shut down the National Assembly, and so the Bastille is stormed. It's torn down brick by brick, and really it's very symbolic, right? Because the tearing down of the Estates General is very comparable to the tearing down of the Berlin Wall. It was the people physically removing a representation of what had been repressing them for the last X amount of years, right? It was the physically removing the thing that was repressing them. Now, shortly after, we see the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. This is kind of like outlining the lofty big goals for the National Assembly and the revolution as a whole. It relied heavily on Enlightenment ideas and outlined the basic rights that all men in France have, all of that good stuff. I like to also mention Olympe de Gouges at this point, because Olympe de Gouges, another one of our early feminists, she writes the Declaration of the Rights of Women, which the Declaration of the Rights of Women is awesome. It's pretty much, she just says Declaration of the Rights of Man, but I'm going to cross out the word man and write in women, and it's pretty good. But Olympe de Gouges, also a fervent supporter of the revolution, though. All right. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back, and we'll talk about the end of the old regime. All right, back in action here, folks. Oh yeah, Olympe de Gouges did get the chop for sure. Yeah, one of the things that's you can do is you can look at the dates that people, like French people who were relevant during the revolution. If they died in like 1792, 1793, 94, they probably got guillotined. Probably got the chop. And yeah, Olympe de Gouges did get executed. She had fallen out of favor with the revolution. Okay, so the end of the old regime kind of ends when with the famous March on Versailles by the Parisian dock women who march on Versailles, and they forcibly remove the monarchy from Versailles back to Paris. And this really signifies the end of the old regime, right? At this point, the monarchy is now firmly in control, or is firmly being controlled by the National Assembly. So we do see the establishment of a constitutional monarchy. We also see lots of changes with the Catholic Church. And specifically with the Catholic Church, we see the civil constitution of the French monarchy, or the French clergy, excuse me. I'm not 100% sure if you're going to see this on the AP exam. I would be really surprised if you saw a civil constitution of the French clergy, but they do pretty much force the clergy to swear an oath of allegiance to the French Revolution. A lot of clergy are going to bail from France at this point. The end of the 1791, or end of the 1791, the National Assembly becomes the Legislative Assembly, making it a more official representative body. And generally up to this point, the revolution was successful in achieving the goals that it wanted to achieve. However, one thing we got to remember here is that this early revolution really only benefited the bourgeoisie, some of the members of the nobility, and the peasantry, who the peasantry were totally freed from serfdom. And the people who did not really benefit from this were the French Parisians, the ones who were really the workhorse in Paris, and the royal family and high aristocracy. So this is why, when we're looking at why does the French Revolution become radicalized, in a lot of ways it's because it's not benefiting everybody. It's only benefiting a select group of people. And these Parisians, these sans-culottes, push for radical revolution. And we see this kind of materialize in a few different ways. The first is the Jacobin Club, which becomes kind of like the iconic radical political group of the political club of the revolution. And then also revolution, or radical revolution, is pushed because of the wars of the French Revolution. All right, Austria and Prussia really are freaked out by the French Revolution, and they're like, we do not want that happening to us. We probably got to go to war. France kind of reads the writing on the wall, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to war at you first. And France declares war on Austria and Prussia, and war is going to last for really the next 23 years. With some minor breaks, war is going to last from 1792 to 1814. And it's going to entirely physically, socially, mentally change the entire landscape of Europe. But in terms of the revolution, war always radicalizes people, and that's not going to be any different here. The radicalization of the French Revolution happens in large part because of the Wars of the French Revolution. Yeah, so I see the question in the Discord about the sans-culottes. The sans-culottes were effectively, these were like our Parisians, our poorer Parisians, poor city folk. These are people like we could say maybe poor shopkeepers, the unemployed, people who were really radicalized by a lot of the Enlightenment ideas, and they leaned way more into kind of the radicalization of the revolution. So important figures of the revolution, Jacques Danton and Jean-Paul Marat, are definitely kind of our two early on, are really two big important guys here. Jacques Danton is a leader within the Jacobin Party. He's incredibly popular. Jean-Paul Marat spreads radical journalism, helps spread rumors throughout Paris. He writes his famous newspaper, The Friend of the People. And eventually, 1792, Louis XVI is officially removed from his duties. A republic is declared, and after he's removed as king, he's tried and found guilty of treason. He was long believed to have been in communication with Austria, who France was at war with, and probably was. And so the National Convention votes very narrowly to execute Louis XVI. January of 1793, Louis XVI gets the chop. He's executed, and with this, the guillotine becomes the symbol of revolution, right? And this was a momentous day for a lot of different reasons. But again, people of France electing to execute their king, it was massive. Now, not everybody was on board with the French Revolution. Okay, a lot of French people outside of Paris were like, no, we actually do not want this. We really want the monarchy back in charge. And so we see the rebellion in the Vendée. The rebellion in the Vendée was anti-revolutionary, anti-French revolutionary, pretty much. Napoleon actually really gets a start and becomes popular and becomes a household name in a large part because of him putting down the rebellions in the Vendée. Now, of course, we got to talk about the COPS, the Committee of Public Safety. June 1793, the Constitution is suspended, and the Committee of Public Safety is established. This is a 12-man council that effectively rules France. They see this as the only way that they can get the revolution back on track. There are two main goals here. This is to secure the republic against its enemies and carry out a radical republican program. And of course, in comes the most infamous person of the revolution, Robespierre. Robespierre is going to come to prominence and power because of the Committee of Public Safety. And he really fully believed that the Reign of Terror was all about striking fear into the hearts of the enemy and hope into the allies of the revolution, which brings us into the Reign of Terror, which they actually called it the Reign of Terror, where they targeted anybody who was deemed an enemy of the revolution, had them executed, and roughly between 200,000 and 400,000 people were imprisoned. another 25,000 to 50,000 were killed, 17,000 people alone executed in Paris. Crazy stuff. Now, the result of all of this was the, or kind of the end point of all this was the Thermidorian reaction, in which Robespierre and his allies are rounded up. The terror had fallen out of favor. France was winning the war, and they are like, we do not need more violence here. We need less violence. So Thermidorian reaction, they round up Robespierre, round up all of his allies. He gets the chop. And with that, we move into the last phase of revolution, which is the Directory phase. The Directory is largely ineffective. It's pretty corrupt. It's pretty inefficient. It really doesn't know how to rule France. People are largely still unhappy. They really don't feel like anything got accomplished. And really, France is in turmoil, and in comes the savior of France, the guy who is going to save them from this absolutely terrible revolution up to this point. All this terribleness that has happened. Nothing has been accomplished. In comes Napoleon. Napoleon comes to power because the revolution had not really succeeded to the full extent that people wanted it to succeed, and France was still in crisis. Now, Napoleon, he is born on the island of Corsica, which is a small island territory of France, and he is going to rise to power within the French military. He's a master of artillery. He becomes prominent and well known by putting down the rebellion of the Vendée Rebellion. And he's also going to become incredibly popular because of his Italian campaign and Egyptian campaign. His Italian campaign, he's able to effectively conquer Italy for France. He establishes all these sister republics in France or in Italy. His Egyptian campaign is he goes to Egypt. He makes all these discoveries, right? This is where we find the Rosetta Stone, uncover the Sphinx, like all of this stuff. By the time he gets back from Italy and Egypt, he's a household name, and this allows him to be the main figure person here with the coup d'etat. His coup d'etat, which is
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Siri's yelling at me for some reason. His coup d'etat, which is really not orchestrated by him, puts him at the center of power. And after he takes power, drafts a new constitution, the people of France overwhelmingly support it, and he is put into a position of power. And he's going to institute a lot of very early reforms, okay? The Concordat, the Legion of Honor, the Napoleonic Code. He creates the Bank of France. He reforms education. And all in all, he does a lot of the stuff that the revolution was like, yeah, we're going to do this. This is stuff we're going to do. And they never actually did. Napoleon comes in and he does it. People love this guy. People absolutely love this guy. And he is really, really popular. But his big downfall is that he views himself as being, he needs to conquer. He needs to go a conquering. Okay. In 1804, he crowns himself emperor, and he really felt like he had to conquest Europe. He rose to power because of the military, and he did not want to lose that power, right? And so he used nationalism as a tool to drive his army that just seemed absolutely unstoppable on land. He commanded the loyalty of his troops. His troops loved him, right? He would oftentimes eat dinner with his soldiers, with his troops. He was one of these guys that wanted to be actively seen being involved in these military campaigns. Now, one of his big failures was the continental system. He pretty much knew that he would never be able to invade England. He tries to blockade England using the continental system. It ultimately fails. I love this picture of Napoleon crowning himself emperor. I think it's hilarious. Now, across Europe, people are not too happy about Napoleon, right? A lot of countries are actually going to adapt and change in response to Napoleon's reign of terror. Prussia is going to modernize. Austria gets in on the action again and declares war. Holland's completely annexed by Napoleon. The Iberian Peninsula continues to resist Napoleon's rule. And this was a major drain on French resources, right? Kind of like Louis XIV here. While he's very successful in his military campaigns and his military endeavors, this is going to lead to really his big downfall, right? But of course, the big thing that does it for him is his invasion of Europe, or invasion of Russia. Napoleon falls into the old honeypot, right? Which is, Russia is right for the taking. Russia, you cannot invade. They are too big and it's too cold. And he's going to also realize that the Russians are totally okay with burning their own land if it meant that you couldn't have it. So Napoleon does invade Russia in 1812 with an army of around 600,000 to 700,000 men. It's going to be a massive failure. Alexander I refuses to actually engage in open combat and just burns the land as he retreats. And eventually what's going to happen is Napoleon goes in and has to turn right back around and leave. He loses about 90% of his army. Roughly 500,000 men die in just about a year. Which is at the time is a massive, I mean, it still is a massive number, but I mean, this is unheard of numbers. And I mean, they're still finding like mass graves of French soldiers in Russia. It's crazy. And this is going to be his big downfall, right? Poor, sad Napoleon. Napoleon returns to France and tries to raise a new army, and people are like, we're good. We don't want to go die for you in some other country. And Russia also counterattacks here. Other nations join in. Eventually, he's defeated in 1813 at the Battle of Leipzig, and Napoleon is exiled to the island of Elba. But, of course, we know that in 1815, Napoleon sails back from the island of Elba, lands in southern France, and says, "What's up, guys? I'm back." And the people of France are like, "Yeah, Napoleon's back." Totally forgetting why they got rid of him in the first place. Napoleon's able to march from southern France to Paris, pretty much get handed the keys to the kingdom, and takes power again. And the other countries are like, "Dude, you can't do that, right? We just exiled you." And he's like, "But I promise I won't invade anymore. I won't go to war anymore." And they're just like, "We just don't believe you." The Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon is defeated. And this time he's kicked out to the island of St. Helena in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Napoleon's campaign only lasted for 100 days, and it's why we call it Napoleon's 100 days. And that is Unit 5. Holy cow. There it is. Guys, we are cruising. We are cruising. All right, let me get the trivia up for Unit 5. Cruising. CRAM 5. Dude. Euro. Got it. All right, guys, this one's going to be a little bit different. Someone took my URL. Unit 5 trivia link is not that. tinyurl.com/European CRAM 5. European CRAM 5. Oh man, and the sun, it is a setting. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go over this so we can keep rocking and rolling. So we're looking at who would not have been part of the third estate in France. Okay, a shoemaker, a merchant, a Catholic priest, or a peasant. It would have been a Catholic priest. Remember, the third estate was everybody that was not part of the clergy or the nobility. What did the National Assembly proclaim with the tennis court oath? Right, they would not disband until they had a constitution. What political club became the most radical during the Revolution and ousted political rivals? That was the Jacobins. The Thermidorian reaction refers to the ousting of Robespierre and his allies. And which of the following was not a reform made by Napoleon? He did not disband the Catholic Church. Did not disband the Catholic Church. All right. Let's keep on rocking. Industrialization and its effects. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so Unit 6 in a nutshell. Congress of Vienna and competing ideologies. Then the agricultural and industrial revolution. All right, so we'll talk about the impacts of the Congress of Vienna. We'll talk about liberalism versus conservatism and emergence of nationalism. Then we'll talk about agricultural revolution and industrialization. All right, so starting first with the COV, the Congress of Vienna. In 1815, the Congress of Vienna is convened to pretty much answer the question, how do we make sure that Napoleon never happens again? That was the big goal of the Congress of Vienna. How do we make sure that Napoleon never happens again? They wanted long-lasting peace. They redrew the map of Europe, and they wanted to put conservatives in power. They also established the Quadruple Alliance, or the Concert of Europe, as you'll sometimes see it called. This was an alliance between Russia, Austria, Prussia, and Great Britain. They met together periodically to discuss problems. Eventually, they're going to let France join in 1818. Now, we see at this time in the 1800s, right? By this point, we're in 1815. Three competing ideologies emerge. These are the main ideologies of the time period, right? Conservatism, liberalism, and nationalism. And these are not new ideas. These are ideas that had been around for quite some time, okay? Conservatism, when we're talking about conservatism, we're talking about wealthy landowners and nobility who wanted to keep the monarchy in power. These guys hold the most power during the old regime, right? This is like they wanted to return to a time period before the French Revolution and bring back Europe to that time period. But we also have liberalism and nationalism. Liberalism is going to be mostly made up of the bourgeoisie, the middle class, merchants. They wanted to give more power to elective parliaments and elected officials and challenge conservative establishment and gain, or they challenge the conservative establishment and they gain influence. All right, these are guys like, sorry for the loud cars outside my window. These are guys like we would say like John Locke, as classical liberalism. We would say people like Montesquieu, Voltaire, all represent classical liberal ideas. But the French Revolution bourgeoisie would represent liberals, right? These are liberals. And I will say liberalism was not especially or necessarily popular with, like the poor working class, right? Liberalism was not inherently popular with them. And then nationalism. Nationalism is the most important ideology of the 1800s and really the 1900s. It is kind of separate from liberalism and conservatism, and it really focused on the idea that countries should be made up of a nationality and a group of people that are defined by their history, by their culture, by their language, by their religion. And it disagreed with the existence of countries like Austria that were multinational. Right, so nationalism is the belief that one is part of a nation, a community defined by its members, politics, history, and social customs. Over time, the ideas of nationalism in a nation grow and grow and grow. This mostly happened in schools where cultural history and national languages were taught. Local dialects began to be replaced by national languages. We think about the wars of Napoleon really prompt the growth of nationalism, right? Because Napoleon's coming in and he's pretty much saying that that I am in charge. You have to be ruled by the French. And a lot of these nationalistic groups who might have remained separate are now actively working together in order to buck off Napoleon's rule. This especially happens in the German states, where the German states, while they were very separated previous to Napoleon's reign, once Napoleon comes in and takes over, the German states start actively working together to buck off Napoleon, and they kind of realize, hey, we actually have a lot in common here. Right, so this is a really good example of just how multinational the Balkan states were. This is a map predominantly of the Balkan states, which are southeastern Europe, and it was an incredibly multinational, multi-ethnic group in area. We see nationalist unrest in some specific areas within Europe during the 1800s. The Irish are seeking home rule from the British. The Germans sought unification. Italians sought unification. The Polish peoples sought restoration. Habsburgs tried to maintain their territorial integrity, and the Balkan states sought independence from Austria and the Ottoman Empire. Now, we can't really say that nationalism and liberals actively wanted to work together. In a lot of ways, nationals and liberals didn't agree with each other, but it was kind of like the enemy of the enemy is my friend. Conservatives absolutely detested nationalism. They did not agree with it, and they also detested liberals. And so liberals and nationalists both worked together in order to buck off conservatism. Speaking of conservatism, the guy that most represents conservatism in Europe during this time is Prince Clemens von Metternich. It's this guy right here. He embraced conservatism more than any other leader, and he is going to attempt to combat nationalism using repressive methods. Okay, one of the ways that I'll jump forward a little bit here. One of the ways that liberalism is repressed within Europe during the 1800s is by outlawing avenues in which liberals could meet. So the Carlsbad decree, which is issued in 1819 in Austria and Germany, outlaws student clubs. Students were some of the most radical members of the liberals, and these student clubs were places where they could meet and talk about these radical liberal ideas. And so by outlawing these student clubs, they attempted to repress liberalism within Europe. Now, liberals, they really focused on creating a society that promoted freedoms and liberties, right? So people like John Locke, Montesquieu, the French and American Revolution, right? Equality before the law, all that good stuff. They fully supported Adam Smith's laissez-faire economics and capitalism, which they saw as being the economy of liberalism, of freedom. In nationalism, France became an early source of nationalism, mostly because of the French Revolution. That was really how the French revolutionaries were able to win the war against Austria and Prussia, as turn the war around and win the war against Austria and Prussia was because they were leaning into the ideas of nationalism and nationalistic ideas. We also see a slew of nationalistic revolutions in Spain, Greece, Serbia, and Belgium. I'm not going to get into them here today, but you can take a look at those. But the revolutions of 1848, I do want to mention. The revolutions of 1848 are pretty important. This was a series of more than 50 revolutions that broke out over the course of 1848 that were mostly inspired by nationalistic and liberal ideas, but they were also caused by bad harvests, unemployment, really just like very poor economy in 1847 and 1848. And the results of these kind of 50 different revolutions that broke out throughout Europe is that, one, conservatism remains in charge. None of the conservative monarchies are toppled. But two, what it showed was that there had to be that the conservatives had to embrace some aspects of nationalism or liberalism, or they would eventually get overthrown. So the revolutions of 1848, while generally speaking are unsuccessful, they did have some lasting impacts for how conservatives viewed themselves and viewed nationalism and liberalism. There's definitely, a before the revolutions of 1848 and after the revolutions of 1848 when it came to conservatism. All right, let's talk about the agricultural revolution here. So the agricultural revolution is pretty much these new agricultural techniques, new farming techniques that are going to massively increase food production. When food production goes up, so does population, right? And it happened because traditional farming methods just could not keep up with growing populations. And we see a few different things happen. This is kind of a more slow-moving thing that happens throughout the 16 and 1700s. We see the introduction of new crops. Okay. Yes, the potato with the triangle trade, right? The Columbian Exchange, but also British and Dutch farmers. They experiment with things like clover, turnips, legumes, things that replenish the soil, allow put nutrients back in the soil. We also see new technology develop. Jethro Tull invents the seed drill. Charles Townsend experiments with crop rotation. We see the enclosure movement, which gobbles up all this land and creates these massive kind of like capitalist style farms that are corporate farms that are able to produce a lot more food way more efficiently. And then this brings us one of the key parts of the agricultural revolution is the establishment of the cottage industry. The enclosure movement forces people off of their land, and the cottage industry kind of puts these people to work. And this is like a precursor to the Industrial Revolution and the, I guess we could say, like factory system, right? Where people would work within their homes to produce some finished product. Usually it was a textile product, but this would, with the cottage industry, business owners were able to produce a lot of goods very quickly for very little cost. Now the goods were not usually very, very nice. It was a quantity over quality thing. But this is going to really, really bring us nicely into the Industrial Revolution. And the Industrial Revolution is going to be maybe the single most important thing that's ever happened in history. I mean, the Industrial Revolution changed things the most. It had immediate and lasting impacts that we're still felt today. The reason why we have a computer in our hand is because of the Industrial Revolution. The reason why we're doing all this right here is because of the Industrial Revolution. Now, the British are going to be the first to truly industrialize, and the big reason for that is because of their geographic advantages, political advantages, their economic advantages, and the possession of a worldwide empire, right? Politically stable, avoided wars on British soil, they had a strong banking system, and more opportunities for economic mobility. And throughout the 1700s, they produced new machinery that allows for a new and advanced textile industry. The factory system allows for textiles to be produced very quickly, very effectively, and at numbers and levels that we hadn't ever seen before. Now, this first industrial revolution, or this British industrial revolution as it's sometimes called, is exactly that. It takes place pretty much only in Britain. However, the second industrial revolution, which will slowly spread throughout Europe, also called the Steel Revolution, is really where we're going to see countries like France, Germany, Austria, parts of Italy start to truly fully industrialize. Now, the Steel Revolution was focused on the advancements in electricity and oil. And this is really where we're going to see these massive, big changes. Now, steel became the backbone of industry. It was more reliable and stronger than iron. It's the reason why we were able to build skyscrapers. It was the reason why we were able to build bridges. It was the reason why we were able to do all of these things. Germany becomes the production leader of steel. Same thing with chemicals. Chemicals which are able to do things like preserve food, which are able to make stronger, longer lasting materials, all this kind of stuff. Germany is also going to be a leader in chemicals, chemical production. And then with the advent of electricity and petroleum, we see a more practical, reliable energy source. One of the key components of the Industrial Revolution, the second Industrial Revolution, is a new transportation. Railroads and sea travel allowed for way faster modes of transportation. The Suez Canal opens in 1869. The Panama Canal opens up in 1914. We also see the introduction of the internal combustion engine, which brought about the birth of the automobile. The telegraph and the telephone also connect people further as well. Right? And then lastly, the spread of wealth and the introduction of new wealth allowed for the creation of this larger, more diverse middle class. But this was not necessarily even. There was still absolutely a very large and prevalent lower, poor working class. But generally speaking, life did improve because of the Industrial Revolution. Food prices dropped, material goods were more affordable, wages increased, luxury goods like meat, tea, coffee, sugar, tobacco all became way more affordable, and generally speaking, life got better. Like I said, we see the growth of the middle class. We see a middle class that grows in power and grows in prosperity and grows in diversity. But poverty still absolutely existed, and most Europeans were still very poor. But that wraps up Unit 6. Rocking and rolling, folks. All right, I am going to share with you guys the trivia for Unit 6 here. Unit 6 trivia. Here we go. Only 3 more to get through here, folks. All right, so the code for Unit 6 trivia is CRAM Euro 6. CRAM Euro 6. CRAM Euro 6. All right, we can go ahead and go over this. So who became the dominating conservative figure in Europe following the Congress of Vienna? That would be Prince Clemens von Metternich. Conservatives would support which of the following ideals? They would support the establishment and existence of hereditary monarchs. Which the following is an example of how conservatives attempt to repress liberal ideas? Carlsbad decrees. What agricultural development pushed European peasants out of the countryside and into the city? The enclosure movement. Which of the following was a reason why the Industrial Revolution started in Britain and not elsewhere? That would be all of the above. All of those reasons are why Britain had advantages going into the Industrial Revolution. And then what class was most susceptible to developing socialist ideas? That is the working class. That is the working class. All right. Let's rock and roll here, folks. Let's rock and roll into Unit 7. All right, so Unit 7 is... Close that out. Unit 7 is looking at a bunch of different stuff, honestly. But it's mostly looking at the unification movements, it's looking at socialism, and it's looking at imperialism. All right, we'll talk about each of these briefly here. Now, I'm going to talk about the unification movements really, really quickly. I'll kind of talk about what I think you might want to know about them going into it. So the Italian unification is largely a conservative unification led by this guy here, Count Camillo Cavour. It was conservative in nature, but there was definitely a desire for maybe some Republican style of government, led by Giuseppe Mazzini and Giuseppe Garibaldi. Both supported this, were both Republican leaders, liberal leaders in Italy. But Count Camillo Cavour is going to orchestrate unification by rallying the Italian city-states around the Piedmont. This is done with a war with Austria, and eventually he pretty much just is able to convince these Italian city-states to join up with the Piedmont and establish the Italian state. Garibaldi relents that a conservative Italy is still better than no unified Italy, and so using the under Cavour, under the Piedmont, Italy is unified. The Italian state is officially declared in 1861 under Victor Emmanuel II. The big thing to know about the unifications of Italy and Germany is that they are both conservative movements in nature, right? So speaking about German unification here, German unification is also a very conservative movement. It was incredibly anti-liberal, and in a lot of ways, our boy, OVB, Otto von Bismarck, wanted to unify Germany to avoid a liberal revolution. Okay, now Germany was probably the most susceptible state to a liberal revolution and a more liberal conservative or a more liberal unification movement, because they were so united in their language and their culture and their history and so on and so on. Now Bismarck is going to come to power as the prime minister of the Prussian Empire, and he is going to work to not only conservatively unify Germany, but on top of that, he is going to invent a brand new type of conservatism. His new brand of conservatism embraces nationalism, embraces the working class, the lower class, and really is all about not trying to go back to a type of government that existed in the 1700s, but instead to try to establish a new type of conservative government. So Bismarck is going to use a series of strategic wars and alliances to ally these German states around Prussia, to kind of oust Austria, and eventually Germany will be unified in 1871. The German Empire is proclaimed this is the craziest power move. In the Palace of Versailles in 1871, the German Empire is created, and with that we have the most powerful country on continental Europe that just comes into existence. All right, let's talk about socialism and communism here. So, what is socialism? Socialism is a direct reaction to industrialization, and it's a direct reaction to capitalism. Okay, socialists question the existing systems that favor the growing working class. Socialism often argued that there needed to be larger supports and larger profit sharings for industrial workers. And socialists are going to be kind of separate from liberals and conservatives. They do not gain support from either groups. Now, some of our utopian socialists who we should know here, Robert Owen is, I think, the one utopian socialist you should absolutely know. He creates a socialist factory in England, New Lanark, that was largely pretty successful. Flora Tristane is another one of our feminists here, fighting for women's rights through socialism. Argued that the creation of labor unions and equality of the sexes would further benefit the working class. Here's a New Lanark. It's a historical monument today. But probably the guy that we all think about when we think about socialism is Karl Marx. And he, along with his co-writer Friedrich Engels, write the Communist Manifesto and outline, at the time, what was a bunch of different brands of communism, or a bunch of different brands of socialism. But Marx argued that really he outlines this history of mankind that had been all about class struggle, and that eventually what would happen is that the working class, or the proletariat as he called it, would overthrow the tyrannical bourgeoisie, and they would establish a society where nobody owned property was shared, and people worked together for a common good, which was the good of mankind. And Marx, really, he had no plan for how this government would actually look. A lot of what he suggested was very, very theoretical, but he is going to slowly gain popularity, especially among Eastern Europeans, especially in Russia. Yeah. And Vladimir Lenin, who becomes the leader of the Bolsheviks party, is one of hundreds and hundreds of Marxists within Russia. Right, and a lot of what Marx kind of rallies against is is capitalism and the problems that he says capitalism causes. Now, socialism is going to spread into labor unions. Socialism is going to spread into political parties. The creation of labor unions, the creation of the kind of more socialist oriented working parties in Britain and Germany, especially. Germany is actually going to experience a hugely popular wave of socialism, and the Socialist Democratic Party, or the SPD, becomes the first major socialist party in Europe. All right, let's go ahead and talk about new imperialism here. So, new imperialism, what is it? Imperialism at its core is extending a country's influence or control through diplomatic or military means. New imperialism is imperialism as an idea. Generally, this is not new in Europe, right? The Age of Exploration was all about new imperialism. The Age of Exploration was all about imperialism. The Age of Exploration was expanding European control into other countries that weren't European. So new imperialism is this time period of the late 1800s where Europeans aggressively expand and conquer African and Asian, specifically African and Asian nations. Motivation for new imperialism was largely economic, but it was also cultural. They saw Africa and Asia as economic resources that they could take advantage of, but it was also nationalistic as well. They wanted to gain more territory for their countries, right? And so, we look at these two maps here. Europe really divides up Africa among its countries here, right? European countries just chop up Africa with very little regard to any sort of cultural or ethnic boundaries. Typically, they use social Darwinism to justify this. Social Darwinism, the idea that that imperialism was unavoidable, that they used the idea of Darwin's ideas of evolution and applied it to ethnicity and race. And that's how they justify imperialism. Tools of conquest for imperialism: increased transportation, increased weaponry, and also the use of modern medicine. Africa is what we tend to most closely associate with new imperialism. During the Berlin Conference in 1885, they formalized the scramble of Africa. They set ground rules for territorial acquisitions. And they deemed that Africans were to be treated according to humane standards, but this was largely unignored. Also, no African leaders were consulted in during this time. They cared very little for their ethnic boundaries and religious and racial boundaries. They didn't care. Now, really, the only country that fully is able to resist African imperialism is Ethiopia under Emperor Menelik II. He sort of modernizes Ethiopia's military and is able to stop the Italians from conquering. Usually, European countries ruled directly, and in some instances set up proxy governments, but typically they would rule pretty directly. Now, another place we see imperialism is in India. Indian imperialism is really has its foundations 200 years prior in the 1600s. But with the Sepoy Rebellion, the British are going to take way more direct control over India. And after the Sepoy Rebellion, this is where we see Britain taking really, really direct control. Now in China, we see something very similar with Chinese imperialism. The Opium Wars, where Britain forces China through the use of funneling illegal drugs into China to get the Chinese to open up their doors to them. The Opium Wars are one of the most despicable things that's happened in history. I mean, it's just absolutely wild to me. Every time I think about it, it's just absolutely crazy. Anyway, moving on. Following the Opium Wars and the increased European presence, we see the Taiping Rebellion and the Boxer Rebellion, which are also really, really destructive for Chinese society and Chinese government. And what this really establishes is that China is incredibly weakened, and it's pretty much controlled by several different European nations. And so kind of looking back on imperialism here, Europe spread its influence across the entirety of the world. Both Africa and Asia have been forced to embrace Western ideas and cultures while also being controlled directly or indirectly by European countries. Generally there were some positives to imperialism, and I say this with like a massive asterisk. Infrastructure improved in some areas, slavery was abolished in some areas, ideas of like democracy and capitalism are introduced, but I mean, the negatives massively outweigh any positives that could exist. Westerners largely treated colonized people like second-class citizens or enslaved peoples, forced unification, forced change, and exploited people and their natural resources, right? So even though you might see, people talk about the positives of imperialism, it's largely negative. Right? All right. 2 more to go, folks. I'm gonna post the link here for the trivia. All right. Euro 7 or Euro trivia, or the trivia for Unit 7 is tinyurl.com/Euro7CRAM. Euro7CRAM. And I promise, guys, we're going to spend the whole last hour doing actual test review stuff. I promise. Gotta close up the blinds, folks. Man, I cannot believe we are already at the 8:30 mark. Time certainly does fly. Time certainly does fly. Superfood almonds coming in clutch once again. All right, let's go over these. All right, so in Otto von Bismarck's practice of realpolitik, what were his political decisions influenced by? They were influenced by the need of the state. The need of the state. Which of the following countries did not experience revolution in 1848? That would be Britain. Which of these is not an art movement from the period? That would be pop art. Pop art, Romanticism, Realism, and Impressionism were all art movements of the 1800s. Which of these events was not a response to European imperialism? That would be the October Revolution. And this meeting saw European rulers divide up African land amongst themselves with no regard to cultural or ethnic boundaries. That is the Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference. All right. We are almost there, folks. All right, on to Unit 8, the World Wars unit, right? Unit 8 is all about World War I, the interwar years, and World War II. So, what you need to know you need to know the causes of World War I, the technology used in the war, and the Treaty of Versailles. Interwar years, you need to know the Russian Revolution, the Great Depression, and the rise of totalitarianism. World War II, you need to know appeasement. I think it's good to know D-Day. And the Holocaust, of course. Now, one thing I'll say about World War II before we get started. You're not going to see a lot of World War II on the exam. They don't tend to include a lot of World War II. The reason why is because World War II is covered heavily in other classes, right? They tend to include interwar years quite a bit. They tend to include a little bit of World War I. Generally speaking, if you're going to see Unit 8 on the exam, it's going to be about the interwar years. That is usually my advice. You might see a question about World War II, but it'll probably just be a multiple choice question. Maybe a short answer question, but I doubt it. All right, let's talk about World War I. Causes of World War I, right? We know Maine, right? Or you can call mania. Maine, which is alliances, nationalism, militarism, and imperialism. Okay, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand is going to be what kicks this whole thing off. And the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which was this nationalistic inspired assassination by a Serbian nationalist, killing the heir to the Austrian throne. This is what's going to kick us off into World War I. Now, World War I is going to last from 1914 to 1918. It's going to be largely going to be, I'm blanking on the word. It's man, it's starting to hit me, folks. Largely kind of like distinguished by its very, very bogged down warfare, its trench warfare. But when World War breaks out in 1914, people are generally excited for what the war is for war. I mean, people are excited to try out new technology. They're excited to go on this great adventure. The Allies and the Central Powers are the two competing sides here. The Allies are France, Britain, Russia, and Italy. Later, the United States. We also have a whole heck of a lot of other nations too. New Zealand, Australia, Canada, India, China, a bunch of African nations. The Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. And yeah, generally speaking, World War I is absolutely brutal, right? I mean, World War I is devastating on a scale that we've never actually seen since, or we haven't not since that we hadn't seen before. Okay. One thing that also really distinguishes World War I from previous conflicts was the idea of total war. Countries had to completely change their economies to turn out ammunition and supplies for the war effort. They suppressed free markets. The government took aggressive control over the economy, and men were drafted into the military while women worked in factories. Now, the United States will eventually intervene in the war. This is what's going to really is going to end the war, is the advent of the million or so fresh troops that show up in Europe at the end of the war. The Central Powers just can't compete with that. And with the end of the war, we see the Treaty of Versailles. Now, the Treaty of Versailles is going to do a lot of different stuff, but mainly it's going to massively just stomp down Germany. It's going to issue the war guilt clause. It's going to force them to pay 100% of war reparations. It's going to almost totally demilitarize them. It is just going to absolutely beat them and stomp them down. And then in Eastern Europe, we see Austria-Hungary divided up. Czechs and Slovaks joined together into Czechoslovakia. This new state of Yugoslavia was created and populated by a bunch of different ethnic groups. And we also see the creation of Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And Poland's back. Poland's recreated after World War I. Now, the Russian Revolution is going to be really comparable to the French Revolution in a lot of ways. It's very similar. It's a group of people totally overthrowing their government. The Russian Revolution was kind of a long time coming. It had its foundations all the way back into the 1800s. But in 1917, we're going to see the March Revolution, where mostly because of World War I, but also because of the refusal of the monarchy to change. Right, the Russian Revolution was really based around this idea that the monarchy was refusing to change, and because of that, the March Revolution happens. Because of World War I, the March Revolution happens, and the Tsar Nicholas II forced to abdicate the throne. This provisional government is established. Then Lenin is able to get enough support to eventually overthrow the provisional government and establish this way more radical communist government. Okay, and with the establishment of the communist government, and then there's a subsequent civil war that follows. Once that's all completed, we have the establishment of the Soviet Union. Okay, let's talk about the interwar years. So between World War I and World War II, we call this time the interwar years. It kind of makes sense. And this is going to be really characterized by economic depression and the rise of totalitarian leaders. Okay, the Great Depression, which was caused by the American stock market crash, then just a general decline in global trade, is going to have really, really massive economic impacts on Europe. Large-scale unemployment. It had people being very, very frustrated with their poor economic situation, and it allowed for totalitarian leaders like Mussolini, like Hitler, to come to power. We have two main forms of totalitarianism: fascism and communism. In Germany, the Weimar Republic, which was this it ended up being a temporary government between the German Empire government and Nazi Germany. But the Weimar Republic largely failed. It really did nothing to kind of quell the unhappiness of Germans, and it also caused runaway massive inflation by just printing out money and causing runaway inflation. And with this, we see the birth of the Nazi Party. And the Nazi Party was not started by Hitler, but Hitler was an early member. He's going to rise to power and rise to prominence. They are going to become very, very quickly a militaristic style political group. They're employing a lot of these Germans that are unhappy with the outcome of World War I, who are out of work because of the poor economic crisis, and is really going to ride on a lot of these nationalistic ideologies that a lot of Germans had. And through the Bierhallputsch and the publishing of Mein Kampf, Hitler becomes way more popular. In January of 1933, President Hindenburg makes him chancellor. Once Hindenburg dies, Hitler is able to consolidate power. He outlaws political parties. He uses his secret police, the SS, or not secret police, his personal bodyguards, the SS, to blood purge his own political party. The Night of the Long Knives sees Hitler arrest and execute any of those that seemed like to be a threat of the Nazi Party. And of course, he practiced rampant anti-Semitism early on, starting kind of slowly at first, by publishing very anti-Semitic language, and then eventually establishing the Nuremberg laws. And then this kind of comes to a head with the establishment of Kristallnacht, with Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass. First real wide-scale violence targeting Jewish communities by the Nazi Party. It resulted in the destruction of synagogues, of homes, of businesses, and would eventually start this forced movement of Jewish peoples to work camps and eventually concentration camps. Right? And scenes like this were not uncommon, of synagogues totally burned out and smashed out of everything. Now, we see something similar happen with when Joseph Stalin succeeds Lenin in 1924. He launches the 5-year plan, which was designed to transform Soviet's economy and social structure. And although this was brutal, it was largely successful. By 1940, Russia is an industrial power. He also goes through collectivization and of agriculture, which was incredibly brutal. Millions of Russians and non-Russians died, and collectivization, just generally speaking, is largely ineffective. But it was the rounding up of private-owned farms to large government-controlled farms. All right, let's quickly talk about World War II here. Really, you need to know causes and effects, and the cause of World War II is German aggression. Right, Germany is going to slowly start building up their military. Is going to slowly start absorbing neighboring countries like the Rhineland, Austria, the Sudetenland, But the invasion of Poland is really what's going to start off the war. So World War I officially starts on September 1st, 1939 with the invasion of Poland. Very quickly, Hitler is going to invade Poland, then turn around and conquer the vast majority of France. A few months later, Germany will invade the Soviet Union. Again, tempted by that sweet, sweet Soviet Union, sweet, sweet Russia, but it's a honeypot. You can't invade Russia. It's not going to work. Hitler does come very close, though. But Stalin is able to really kind of just like give an insane last stand. In Stalingrad, the Battle of Stalingrad is wild. If you ever get a chance to kind of just like look at the Wikipedia page for the Battle of Stalingrad, longest battle of the war. Russians are somehow able to hold their ground against the Germans. It's a massive loss of life all around. In 1941, because of Pearl Harbor, the United States enters into the war with the big three. The United States, represented by Roosevelt, Britain represented by Winston Churchill, and USSR represented by Stalin. Eventually, we're going to see Operation Overlord, which is D-Day, right? General Dwight D. Eisenhower leading forces across the English Channel to retake France and establish a new front in France. Massive casualties for the Allies, but it generally is successful. And of course, we have to talk about the Holocaust here as well. This is also something I think with World War II, if you're going to see World War II on the exam, it's probably going to be in the form of the Holocaust. It could be, I would think really the Holocaust could be anything from a short answer question to a DBQ. But the Holocaust was, something that we probably have spent a lot of time learning about for good reason. This was the systematic killing of not only Jewish peoples, but anybody that the Nazis saw as undesirable. See roughly 12 million people killed because of the Holocaust. They targeted Romani, they targeted Poles, those that were gay, lesbian, mentally, physically disabled, anybody that they saw as undesirable. This happened predominantly in concentration camps throughout Poland, also some in Germany, but most concentration camps were located in Poland. It is going to eventually result in the Nuremberg trials, which we'll talk about here in a second. But one of the big impacts of the Holocaust that I do want to mention is the Zionist movement of the creation of Israel following the end of World War II, and the creation of Israel, which we're not going to get too much into because it's not something that's largely in the European history standards, but creation of Israel is another impact of another effect of the Holocaust. Right? Okay. Eventually the war is going to end in 1945 with the Battle of Berlin, and it will end in the Pacific just a few months later. And the general effects of the war, there's a few things that we can talk about here. We can talk about the emergence of the USSR and the United States as the main powers. Germany is divided up. The Soviet Union gains a significant amount of territory, but we do see this divide that starts to establish between democracy and communism. The establishment of the United Nations is also incredibly important here. Founded in 1945, these 51 nations, pretty much get together to promote world peace and cooperation. And lastly, the thing we'll talk about with Unit 8 is the Nuremberg trials. These international trials that were all focused on the prosecution of the Nazi Party for the war crimes that they committed during the war, but also during the Holocaust. Several high-ranking Nazi Party members committed suicide while in jail. But this was really one of the first big acts by the United Nations as a global community putting these people on trial. All right, we got one more, folks. One more unit to get through. One more. And this is the one we're definitely going to spend. We're gonna move through quick because it's the most recent unit. All right, let me send out the Unit 8 trivia here, folks. All right, so the Unit 8 trivia is tinyurl.com/cram8euro. Cram8euro. There it is. There it is. How we doing, folks? We still hanging in there? We hanging in? All right, I just want to give a shout out to Emery, Charlie, Alexis. I see you too, all doing an insane job of just answering questions, moderating chat. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. All right, let's go over these. So which of the following was not a cause of World War I? It was not British aggression in the Balkan states. The Treaty of Versailles did all the following except it did not divide up Germany into two separate territories. The Soviet Union government was established by what radical Marxist party? That's the Bolsheviks. Adolf Hitler used this event to further spur fears about communists in Germany. That was the Reichstag fire. And then this was the set of trials conducted after World War II to address the war crimes committed by Nazi parties specifically related to the Holocaust. That is the Nuremberg trials. Nuremberg trials. All right, let's finish up content, shall we? Should we just get it done? Should we just do the thing? Let's just finish up content. I'm having a sip of coffee at 9 o'clock at night. It's not good. All right, let's go. All right, Unit 9 in a nutshell. What do you need to know for it? You need to know, well, first of all, the two big ideas are the rebuilding of Europe and the Cold War in Soviet Union. What I think we need to know out of all of this is that, one, we need to know about the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan. We need to know about the division of Germany, and we need to know about the ECSC and the development of the EU. The Cold War is, we need to know the Soviet Union after Stalin, proxy and culture wars, and the fall of the Soviet Union. Okay. Now, one thing I'll say is the Unit 9 is, generally speaking, I would be shocked if you saw the DBQ on Unit 9. I just don't see that happening. However, I would hedge my bets that one of your LEQ options will be Unit 8 or Unit 9. One of your short answer questions will probably be Unit 8 or Unit 9 as well. Okay. But hey, let's crush it, guys. Last hour. Holy cow, you guys are insane. 5 hours. Let's push through. Let's do it. All right. So The Cold War, why does it start? Conflicting ideologies between US democracy, capitalism, and USSR communism. Now the USSR is going to create this massive wall of communist states by dominating Eastern European countries, okay? Belarus, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, so on and so on. Now, the United States specifically really wanted to stop the spread of communism because they believed in this thing called the domino effect. The domino effect was the idea that when one country falls to communism, they all fall to communism. This is going to lead to proxy wars in Vietnam and Korea. Now, the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan are kind of the United States answer for how to rebuild Europe. So after World War II, the goal of European countries was to rebuild. Do not stop. Do not beat into submission the losing countries, but instead rebuild the continent altogether so that they can be more economically prosperous. And the Truman Doctrine or the Marshall Plan specifically looked to address this. The Marshall Plan was all about providing economic aid to any country that wanted it. The Truman Doctrine said that the US would help any country trying to resist communism. In Germany, Germany is divided up into Eastern Germany and Western Germany. Eastern Germany is controlled by the Soviet Union. Western Germany was democratic and capitalist. And one really crazy things that happens is after World War II, in just a few decades, really like 15 years, Europe is able to completely and totally rebuild itself. It's called the economic miracle. And we see this happening mostly because of the sense of cooperation. The Economic Coal and Steel Community, or the ECSC, is created following World War II to create a tariff-free zone in which coal and steel could be traded without tariffs. Eventually, this is going to develop into the economic or European Economic Community. This was initially six nations, more were added on, that worked together to break down trade barriers. And by 1963, Europe was producing more than 2.5 times more goods than it did before World War II. It's crazy. West Germany dominated Europe electronically, automobile, chemical, and steel industry. And still today, Germany is an economic powerhouse. After World War II, we also see widespread decolonization. This is 3 factors that lead to decolonization. The first is that these imperialist powers just cannot hold on to these territories anymore. Also, after the Holocaust, the moral justifications for keeping these imperialist territories was really disappearing. Countries were like, no, this is a really bad idea. It's pretty problematic. Then also nationalism and self-determination had really became very popular and really taken hold of a lot of African and Asian nations. Now, Stalin dies in 1953, and after 1953, under Khrushchev, we do see this systematic de-Stalinization, which Khrushchev attempts to move away from move away from Stalin's policies of intense dictator-style communism and more towards openness. Now, de-Stalinization was kind of adopting some level of capitalist ideas, granting more freedom, some intellectual or freedom to writers and intellectuals, curbing the power of secret police. We do also see the Cuban Missile Crisis happen during this time. This is probably the closest we've ever come to nuclear war. But after Khrushchev, we see Brezhnev take power. And Brezhnev really goes in an opposite direction to Khrushchev. Brezhnev really wants to re-Stalinize Europe or Russia. He believes that de-Stalinization was hurting the Communist Party. And so we see detente under Brezhnev. This was trying to ease tensions between them. We do see that the Soviet Union and the United States attempt to move away from nuclear conflict. The Helsinki Accords recognize the Soviet sphere of influence, Soviet rights, and protecting human rights. We also see the Brezhnev Doctrine established during this time. The Brezhnev Doctrine said that they could intervene in any communist nation. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev takes power, realizes that changes really needed to be made. This is when we see Glasnost and Perestroika. Glasnost, Gorbachev's policy of openness. Soviets were allowed to discuss ways to improve society, allowed for more unbiased education. Perestroika, economic restructuring, introducing some levels of capitalism into the Soviet society. And in 1989, Gorbachev calls for a new representative assembly, and again moving away from this more capitalist style or more intense communist style of government. Now, a few years later, Gorbachev kind of concludes that there needs to be political competition for power for the USSR to survive. But what this eventually is going to lead to is the total and complete collapse of the Soviet Union, which happens in 1991. Well, starts in 1991 and sort of spreads out throughout the following few months. Conservatives tried to perform an unsuccessful coup against Gorbachev. Eventually, this guy, Boris Yeltsin, takes power, becomes the dominant figure in Russian politics, and in December of 1991, the Soviet Union collapses into 15 separate republics. And slowly but surely after that, this whole entire communist wall is also going to collapse. Now, Yeltsin is going to rule from 1991 to 1999. This is going to lead to really poor economic crisis in Russia. It's we also see the Chechen Russian conflict at this time. The end result of all this is we see Putin take power in 1999, and Putin is still in power today. Okay. Now, one of the things that we also see happen at this time is the tearing down of the Berlin Wall. I said that this is very similar to like the tearing down of the Bastille, right? This was those are two great connections that you can make if we're lucky enough to have either of those as our DBQ or LEQ. Okay. Now, the European Union, the last thing that we're going to talk about, it's crazy. The European Union is established in 1991. They adapted this openness of this economic openness, but also a universal economic currency, a common EU citizenship, all of that kind of stuff. And today, this is what the European Union looks like. We have it's encompassing almost the entirety of Western Europe. Of course, one of the big things that happened in 2014 was that Britain opted to leave the European Union. Or that 2016. Britain opted to leave the European Union, which they actually just recently did a few months ago. And that's it. We are done with content. Holy cow. I cannot believe it. We made it through 9 units, 4 hours. Let's do a quick Unit 9 trivia, shall we? Oh, come on. Euro 9 CRAM. Wait, what? Copy. All right. The link to the trivia. Euro 9 CRAM. Woo. Shout out to the insane TAs. Seriously, you guys are insane. Shout out to the TAs. Yeah. I'm going to sleep very hard after this. I appreciate it though. It's been awesome, guys. We're almost done. All right, let's take a look here. All right. All right, Unit 9 trivia, folks. Oh, nice. All right. All right, so going over this quickly. The plan to economically rebuild Europe using United States funds was called the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan. Named for the I think it was the trade minister? No. It was named after. I can't remember. Anyway, moving on. This was the name of the alliance between several European nations and the United States in response to growing concerns of the Soviet Union. That was NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Warsaw Pact is made in response. Following World War II, the consensus among non-communist European nations was that that the cooperation and unity would lead to more economic growth and prosperity. We see that with the ECSC, and then eventually the EU, right? When Khrushchev took power in the USSR, he began the process of backing off of Stalinist policies. Remember, Khrushchev backed off of Stalinist policies. Brezhnev reinforced Stalinist policies. and then Gorbachev attempt to sort of revitalize and change the Soviet Union by perestroika and glasnost. Which of the following would be an example of the United States acting on the domino theory? So this one's a little bit tough. This is the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War happened to stop the spread of communism. The Cuban Missile Crisis was, in a lot of ways, Cuba was already communist. This wasn't acting on the domino effect theory. This was more of acting on the direct threat of nuclear weapons being on an island very close to, or on a country very close to the United States. Okay, so a little tricky, but College Board will try to trick you, I promise. That will happen. All right, so where are we at here? We've got 45 minutes left. We have 45 minutes left. What I want to do is and you guys are welcome to do this on your own, the multiple choice questions. We're not going to do those now just because of lack of time, but please. What I want to do is give you guys some pointers for the multiple choice questions. So one of the things to remember, and I need to get my brain into talking about the exam here. One of the things to remember with the AP exam is that this is a time test, and I think nowhere is that time really felt more than on the multiple choice section, where you have 55 minutes to answer 55 questions. Now, I was never a math person, but that's pretty easy math, right? You have a minute to answer each multiple choice question. And so do not spend too long on a single question. You really have to keep track of time. If you're taking it in person, you will have a clock somewhere in the room. You will have some way to keep track of time. If you're taking it online, you should have a timer. Don't leave any question blank. You do not get points off for wrong answers, right? You can only gain points. You can only collect points. You only collect points for right answers. You don't lose any of those collected points for wrong answers. Okay, so answer each question, even if it's just a guess. Do not leave questions blank ever. If you're spending too long on a question, move on and return back to it at the end. Just do a little mark, go back at the end, and look at it with some fresh eyes. Read each answer and question before you read the stimulus material. This is kind of like a nice little life hack. Sometimes the multiple choice questions won't actually reference the stimulus material directly. Instead, they're going to be a topic from the stimulus material. So for example, you might have a stimulus material of Martin Luther's 95 Theses might be the stimulus material, but the question might ask you about, John Calvin and predestination. Answer the multiple choice questions first that don't require you to read the stimulus material, and then go back and read the stimulus material. And lastly, I'll say it again, manage your time. Manage your time. Do not get caught up in doing all these multiple choice questions and taking 5 minutes per question, and before you know it, you're out of time. Okay, just be very, very conscientious and careful of that. All right, what I want to do is I do want to talk about short answer questions here. So the short answer questions, which I think is the most relevant to all of us, because for those that are taking, everybody's going to be doing short answer questions, and some of us, if you're taking the online version, will be doing a lot of short answer questions. So with short answer questions, this is a great way to get points because there is no rubric to follow. Each short answer question is going to contain 3 parts, and you need to answer all 3 parts to get 3 points. Short answer questions are graded 0 out of 3, which means that you can either get a 0, a 1, a 2, or a 3. And each short answer question is going to have all 3 of those parts. Now, most short answer questions that College Board is doing now is set up like this, where you can see all three parts clearly. But in the past, they've had it set up where it's like a part A and a part B, and part B contains two sections. So just think about that. I did want to throw in some very commonly used terms that you're going to see on not only the short answer questions, but also the DBQ and the LEQ. Compare, describe, evaluate, explain, identify, and support an argument. These are all things that you're going to see pop up from time to time. Before we actually get into doing one together, here are some tips to make sure that you get max points. The first, get straight to the point. You usually can answer the question in 3 to 6 sentences. You usually do not need to write a whole page per short answer question. Make sure you actually answer the question and you answer it clearly. You need to be direct and you need to be specific. Do not dance around the answer, okay? Answer each question, even if you're unsure. You gotta guess. Just don't leave it blank. You're missing out on potential points if you leave it blank. Like, you are for sure getting it wrong if you leave it blank. You're at least attempting if you put something down. And then lastly, don't get fancy with it. Don't turn on your fancy English writing voice. Just be very direct and to the point. Okay? All right. Let's practice. So, here is a link to, I'm going to move, hold on, let me do this. Here is a link to, what am I doing? I don't even know. Here we go. A link to a sample question that I want us to do together, and a link to an accompanying Google form. Okay? I am going to give you guys 10 minutes to do this question. If someone wants to, you can scan this with your, with your phone and go to the link. If you need actual links, give me a second. I will post them. All right, we're posting those links. Nice. Hmm. So guys, what I'm seeing is that some if you're trying to access with your school account, some school accounts will not let you access the file. Some school accounts will not let you access the file. So you might have to go to a person. If you go to a personal Gmail account, you should be able to access it. All right, guys, while this is going on, I'm going to throw up a timer on the screen for us. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to wait. Why are we? I will be right back, folks. Timer's kind of finicky. We might just Guys, I've given up eating healthy food, and I've now resorted to Ruffles. All right, let's take a look here. Please. You're not going to do SAQ round 2. So let's take a look at the SAQ here. So I purposely, let me do this. I purposely did give you guys a little bit of a tougher one. I wanted to, let me go to my drive. I really wanted to kind of showcase what you're gonna see as like one of your first SAQs. I want to just open this in a new window. There we go. Okay. All right, so we should all be able to see that. I'm gonna zoom it in for sure. There we go. Where are we moving? Where are we moving all Steven here? Well, right here, right? All right. So this is a SAQ from 2016. Okay, so a few years ago. Your first 2 SAQs are going to be they're going to have stimulus materials. I believe the way they're doing it now is stimulus material, or question 1 will be a primary source stimulus material. Question 2 will be some sort of secondary source stimulus material, and then your choice of 3 and 4 are going to be no stimulus materials. So this question here is having us compare and look at 2 different pieces or primary sources. Okay, the first thing that we should do when we look at this short answer question is we 100% we need to read the questions. Okay, so before if I was to answer this question, if I just saw this question, the first thing that I would do is I would read each 3 parts of the question. I wouldn't even read the stimulus materials yet. I would say, okay, I need to describe one important difference between the views of commerce and prosperity expressed in the 2 passages. And for each passage, I need to identify and explain one factor, such as a historical development, an intellectual or philosophical trend, or a religious belief that likely informed the view of commerce and prosperity. So I have to do one piece of comparison, or one difference, right? One piece of comparison, one difference between the 2 sources, and then I need to, for each source, talk about something that probably influenced the reason why the source why the source has the view that it has. So then after I read the questions and I know what I'm actually doing, then I would go in and read the stimulus materials. And before I read the stimulus materials, I need to see who wrote it, when it was written, and what the title is. That's sourcing, right? We got to source the materials. So I would take a look. I would say, okay, source stimulus material 1. This guy is a minister of the Dutch Reformed Church. Reformation. Okay, yeah, that should be triggering something in my brain. 4 books on God's judgment, 1655. Okay, so the Dutch Reformed Church, probably Calvinist is what I'm thinking right now. Then stimulus material 2, this guy is a Dutch historian, description of the widely renowned merchant city of Amsterdam, written in 1662. Okay, so I've sourced my 2 materials. Then I would go through and actually read them. And as I'm reading, I need to think, what is the difference between the 2 of them? How are they viewing commerce and prosperity differently? And then why would they be influenced to think the way that they are thinking? So kind of some traps that you can run into is, first of all, you can, for part A, you can talk about a difference between the 2, but you don't talk about a difference between the 2 in regards to commerce and prosperity. Another problem you could run into is that you compare the 2 and you talk about similarities, and that's not what it's asking you to do. Okay. For part B, you could talk about you could run into some problems where you don't actually explain how their views, or how their how one factor, a historical development, intellectual, philosophical trend, or religious belief would inform the viewpoints that they have. If you dance around that, you're not going to get the point. Okay, so let's look at part A. If you look at the differences between the 2, the first one is criticizing the focus on economic gains, as opposed to a focus on religious studies. Right. So he says, when the Dutch burgher goes home from church, does he take God's holy book with him to ponder the sermon? No. Instead, he picks up the day's business gazette and busies himself with calculations of interest. Okay. And then in 2, is talking, this Dutch historian is talking about, so Amsterdam has risen through the hand of God to the peak of prosperity and greatness. The whole world stands amazed at its riches. From east and west, north and south, they come to behold it. The great Almighty Lord has raised the city above all others. Yeah. He had taken them from the commerce of the east and the west, and spilled the treasure into our own bosom. So one very clear difference is that document 1 has a very positive viewpoint of the economic prosperity of the Netherlands, or document 1 has a very negative viewpoint of the economic prosperity of the Netherlands, and document 2 has a very positive viewpoint of the economic prosperity of the Netherlands. Another difference would be that document B tends to believe, or looks to believe, that religion, or that the prosperity that the Amsterdam is experiencing is a direct result of the love of God and of God's work, while as document A believes that religion and commerce are not something that are mixing together. Okay, so those are 2 differences right there. In part B, well, let's think about differences. In document A, this guy appears to be a minister for a Calvinist church, we know that Calvinism is historic, or is usually pretty conservative. They do not like or have a desire for physical and worldly possessions. So they, of course, would not be fond of someone spending all of their time kind of like focusing over worldly possessions, when instead they should be reading the Bible and focusing on the Word of God. Whereas document B, this Dutch historian is probably going to take a more non-religious viewpoint of the prosperity of Amsterdam, and is instead, because he's a historian and not a religious figure, he may have a more positive viewpoint of the development of the economic development of the Netherlands. I don't know what I'm saying. So the biggest thing that I want to hit on here is that a lot of you guys, I'm sure, read this and were just like, oh my God, or no, I'm not going to say a lot of you guys, and some of you guys probably read this and were like, oh my God, I have no idea what this means. Right. I mean, and we're on hour 4.75 of a 5-hour stream. And yeah, I mean, we're brain dead right now. And it's easy to look at this and just be like, oh my God, I don't know what any of this is. Slow down, take a breath, take a step back, right? And remember, read your questions first, source the documents second, then read the documents and look for those little things, okay? If you try to consume everything all at once without breaking it up for yourself, you're going to run into trouble, okay? All right. Let's move on to the DBQ. So the DBQ, the document-based question, right? We have 7 documents. We have to answer a question using them. This is timed writing. We have to apply historical thinking skills and content knowledge, okay? Now, I highly recommend learning, loving, getting to know the rubric. All right, 7 points are total up for grabs. It's a numbers game. You want to try to get as many points as possible. That is your job. You can write an incredible essay, but still get a low score. I have read loads of them. I've read great essays, but they didn't do what they were supposed to do within the confines of the rubric. Okay. If you don't play for points, if you don't think about the points in the rubric, you might not do well. All right. But let's read through the linked DBQ here. Let's take a few minutes to think about how we would compose a thesis. Okay, how we would compose a thesis. All right. We are limited on time, so I want to leave a few minutes at the end to look at any last minute questions. But think about how would we compose a thesis based on the questions and the documents. Okay, let's take a few minutes and do that. I saw someone on the Discord say they love this topic. This is one of my favorite DBQs, for sure. This is such a good topic. A lot of you guys probably have, if you've probably done this in class. I always use this DBQ in class because it's such a good DBQ. It's like the perfect example of a DBQ. All right, guys, let's talk about this real quick. We are limited on time. I'm gonna kind of also talk about the LEQ with this too, because I think one of the biggest things that we struggle with is the creation of thesi, the multiple thesis, with the creation of a good thesis. And the reality is the creation of a good thesis when it comes to the DBQ or the LEQ is going to be really similar, right? You're looking to actually answer the question, not dance around it. All right, so for example here, this is our DBQ topic. Evaluate whether the 30 Years' War was fought primarily for religious or for primarily political reasons. It's a really pretty straightforward question, right? Which is why I really like it. If you say the 30 Years' War was fought primarily or was fought for both religious and political reasons, you've got a chance of not getting the thesis point. If you say that the 30 Years' War was fought primarily for religious reasons, you got a chance of not getting the thesis point. You really want to be as specific as possible. You want to say the religious war was fought primarily for, or the 30 Years' War was fought primarily for religious reasons as seen in X and Y, right? You want to try to actually physically answer the question. I should be able to take your thesis and know exactly what the answer to the question is, right? And all your DBQ is doing is providing more information and backing up your actual thesis with evidence. Okay, so that's the thing that we need to remember when we do this DBQ. Now, another thing I want to say with the DBQs is that, one, they actually give you a rubric right here of everything that you should be doing, right? In your response, you should do the following. Respond to the prompt with a historical defensible thesis of claim. Describe a broader historical context. Support an argument in response to the prompt using at least 6 sources, right? This is 2 points. Use at least one additional piece of historical evidence. For at least 3 documents, HIP analyze. Explain how the document's point of view, purpose, historical situation, or evidence is relevant to the argument. And then use evidence to corroborate, qualify, or modify an argument that addresses the prompt, right? That's the subjective, deeper understanding point. Okay, they give you the thesis or the rubric right here. They give you the rubric right here, right? So I did also see a question that was, how long should you spend on reading the documents? You should spend 15 minutes. 15 minutes on the documents. That is the kind of suggested time. That's going to give you 45 minutes to write. Okay. When you read the documents, you should be doing 2 things. One, you should be, or two, besides reading, you should be doing 2 other things. The first is sourcing all the documents. Think about who's writing it and when was it written. What is it, right? So for example, document 1, before I even read document 1, I'm going to say, all right, this is a open letter to the Protestant subjects from the Holy Roman Emperor Matthias, written in 1618. Okay. Then after I read, I should be thinking, does this support the point of view that this was fought for religious purposes, or does this support the point of view that it was fought for political purposes? Okay. Then if it's religious, put it in the religious pile. If it's political, put it in the political pile. And do that for each of your documents. Then when you're done, you're going to have a nice list of documents that are already grouped for you. Okay? Grouping the documents, putting the documents into 2 or 3 groups is very, very crucial for writing and organizing your essay before you get started. You do not want to be wondering what documents you're going to use to support what claim halfway through the allotted time, right? That's poor organization. Outline your DBQ, figure out what documents you're using where, okay? When it comes to HIP analyzing, right? When it comes to HIP analyzing, the historical context, intended audience, point of view, and purpose, you do not need to do all of those for each document. However, what you should be doing is I would recommend HIP analyzing at least 5 sources, all right? You want to HIP analyze definitely more than 3, because while you only have to do 3, if you HIP analyze 5 of them and 2 of them are not acceptable HIP analyzations, then you're still going to get that HIP analyzation point, okay? And then lastly, I always say, do not worry about the complex understanding point. Complex understanding point is an extra point. If you get it, awesome. If you don't get it, that's super fine too. A 6 out of a 7 on a DBQ is still an A, effectively. You're still in really, really good shape, okay? All right, really quick, I want to talk about the LEQs because I do think it's really important. Now, I know that all of us are taking LEQs this year. All right, please. There we go. Oh. With the long essay question, I want to talk a little bit about kind of what this is and how to do it. Right, your long essay question, you're going to get a choice of one of 3 questions. You pick one that you answer. That focuses on a larger historical topic. Each of the 3 questions is going to be from a different historical time period. The rubric is very similar to the DBQ rubric, just there is no evidence in there, or there's no included evidence. You have to provide your own. Thesis and point and contextualization point are the same for the LEQ and the DBQ. It asks you to use evidence, but it is not provided. You need to have that mental bank of evidence, okay? So while we don't really have time to do this, unfortunately, this is an example of an LEQ. Question. Evaluate the extent to which the political consequences of Britain's glorious revolution differed from the political consequences of the French Revolution. All right, this is a really big topic. It provides you a lot of opportunity to bring in a lot of different evidence, right? This is not really like putting you in a box where you can only bring in a specific piece of evidence or 2. This is really giving you a wide range of different evidence you can bring in, right? You can bring in John Locke. You can bring in Robespierre, Napoleon, right? Any French revolutionary. You can bring in a whole bunch of different stuff. Okay, the English Bill of Rights, whatever. All right. There's a lot of different evidence you can bring in, and that's kind of the thing with the LEQ. Is the LEQ is a little bit broader because they know that you're going to have to be pulling from your bank of evidence. I always recommend that one, you got to play for points, just like the DBQ. Know the rubric, know it well. Pick a question and stick with it. All right, you have a total of 1 hour and 40 minutes to complete both the DBQ and the LEQ. Make sure you manage your time. All right, it might be smart to do the LEQ first. If you feel really good about the LEQ topic, you can totally do the LEQ first and then go back and do the DBQ. That's super fine. And make sure you answer the question by providing claims and then backing up those claims with evidence. Do not just provide evidence and not have claims. They want to see a line of reasoning. They want to see you arguing something and providing that argument and providing evidence to support that argument. Okay. All right. We are in the final countdown. And I was going to listen to the whole song, but we have 6 minutes left. So you can enjoy the final countdown by the iconic band Europe, which is just hilariously perfect for what we're doing at a later date. Now, I want to know from you guys. Questions, comments. What do you got? I want to know. Okay, I'm going to pop on over to the, go check out what's going on the Fiveable. Nope. Ooh, I see a question. I saw a question about how long should the LEQ be. The LEQ should not be super long. I like to say that like 2 pages for the LEQ is in pretty good shape. 1.5 pages. I've seen some LEQs that have been able to do it in 1 page. I've seen some 3-page LEQs that were really good. The thing you just really want to be careful of is that like the LEQ is kind of all these things. You don't want to write too much and consume up so much of your time just like you know, like you don't want to consume so much of your time just like by adding filler that at a certain point you run out of time, right? So you want to be really conscious of that. Also, this is going to sound wild, but like you've got actual real people that are grading these things, and like they've got to grade a bunch of these. And so if yours is 4 hours, if your LEQ is 4 pages long, it's just way more advantageous to make it really short and to the point. That's all I'm going to say. Short and to the point is the best thing to do. Oh my Lord. Ooh, okay, yeah, we'll do this. So Last 4 minutes. Let me talk a little bit about what I think the topic is going to be for the exam. Now, this could be a tricky one, okay? Because I think because of the nature of the exam this year, they're going to use a lot of different topics for the DBQ. And we're doing DBQ predictions here. They're going to use a lot of different topics for the DBQ. Here's my guess. One of the topics will for sure be about the Renaissance. I have a feeling it's going to be about differences between Northern Renaissance and Italian Renaissance. It's just a thought. I don't know if it's true, but it's just a thought. I would really think that the Renaissance, though, there hasn't been a really good Renaissance DBQ in a while, but I really think there will be. I also think that there's going to be, I could also see a DBQ on 1800s. Specifically, I could see a DBQ being like about nationalism in the 1800s. They did a French Revolution DBQ last year. They did a bunch of DBQs last year. They did a Reformation DBQ last year as well, I think. I could totally also see a DBQ on the Cold War as well, honestly. I mean, I think it's hard to make predictions here because these predictions are in no way accurate. These are literally just what I think. Okay, what I think could be on there. You should not take this as like 100%. This is what it's going to be. Just please don't. Okay. But the reality is, I think they're going to have a lot of options because they're offering 2 online versions and a paper version. The paper version is going to have less. It's going to have less variations probably, but the online version is going to have a lot. Last year's test had a bunch of different topics. Okay, they had a bunch of different topics. But I do think that we haven't seen a Renaissance DBQ in a while, and we haven't seen a Cold War DBQ in a while. I don't think there was a Cold War DBQ last year. But like I said, you guys should be prepared for absolutely anything. They could have a French Revolution DBQ. They could have another Glorious Revolution DBQ. We just don't know. Okay. So we are approaching the 5th hour. 5-hour gang. 5-hour gang. That is where we're at. You guys are insane. All of you that tuned in, whether it's for full 5 hours or whether it's just for an hour, you are awesome. You are putting yourself in a position to crush this thing tomorrow. And the last thing I want to say, in the words of the Sans Culotte, let's get this bread. Let's do it. Let's get this done. Let's knock it out of the park. We're going to crush it. We're going to crush it. Okay. It's 10 o'clock, guys. We did the darn thing. We're done. You guys are awesome. You're insane. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to crush it. All right. I'm here rooting for you. I'm sending all of the positive vibes your way. Let us get it. Thank you guys so much for all the kind comments. Guys, shout out to all of the TAs. Charlie, my AP Euro TA, you're insane. Thank you so much for everything you've done this cram session. Emery, thank you so much for helping moderate Discord and all the questions. Thank you guys. All of the other TAs who I've seen in here are insane. Thank you guys for the kind words as well. Honestly, these comments is what kept me going for this 5 hours. You guys are rock stars. Every single one of you. Keep crushing, keep doing your thing, and remember, positive vibes, deep breaths. You guys are going to do great tomorrow. All right, you guys are going to do awesome. It's been 5 hours. I'm signing out of this thing. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I will see you guys later. Remember, we do have the watch party for this before the online versions of the exams. Check those out if you want to join as well. For those, I'm gonna go stop talking, I think, is what I'm really gonna do. You guys are awesome though. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I'll catch you guys next time. You guys are awesome. Good luck tomorrow. Sending all the positive vibes.